Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, June the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. One setting I've got to change. Just give me a moment. Okay, there we go. So, well, when I opened the Trade Ideas this morning, the SPY was looking pretty darn good. Looked like we're having a little positive open, but everything has been given back and more. So, in for another negative open this morning. So what's happening? So probably the one to follow most of the day will be this AUVI. Did have some news. I guess I have some kind of a subsidiary or a distributor that got exclusive rights to their purification system in Pakistan. So that is their big news this morning. Obviously a huge pop. 7.3 million in the float. It's already traded the float, traded 7.8 million already. So it has already traded the float. What's nice right now is that it's kind of basing a bit. It hasn't really pulled back much. So if this base can hold, and then once the market opens, starts to rip on volume, this could be one of those plays. The next high looking left is 375 on the weekly chart. So it has room. It definitely has some room. Of course, it's all to do with AERC. It's that little sector. Interesting that EFOI, at least it was last time I was watching it, EFOI was actually, yeah, it's really starting to give it up. I actually thought maybe they were doing a financing or something, but can the 200-day moving average hold? That's the key right there. 200-day moving average, 224. So it's at 239 now. So what else is happening? We've got Wejo, WEJO. Just stick Microsoft in your press release and that'll cause you to go up. So that is what happened with Wejo earlier. Got up to 311. I'm not even, I sort of read it, but the big thing is if they got Microsoft in their press release. So WEJO. And when it got up to this level here, 309, yeah, so it had taken all this out. So again, we'll have to wait and see once this market opens to see if there's still enthusiasm. No sound in our YouTube room, really? I don't want to go through this again. Anybody in YouTube? It's all good now? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, SIG. Yeah, Real was mentioning SIG. It's funny. When I looked at SIG, I thought, I wonder what Tiffany's doing. Can't remember what happened at Tiffany's, if they got bought out or went private, but of course they don't trade anymore under TIF. But anyways, SIG, nice pop for it on earnings. But like Real said, and my bias just has to be to short these things. If the market, unless the market, especially, well, if this gap down continues and it continues to gap down more, yeah, I mean, hard to imagine any one of these is going to remain up at the top. Another earnings play. So this is causing the other two to move down. So NIO, China EV, of course. This is an earnings play getting hammered here and taking down with it LI, which is not an earnings play, and XBEV. Another earnings play from China, BILI. Big gap down now for this one, BILI, down 13%. And Jan, is it holding its gains? All right, so Jan, so their news was that they're a subsidiary, I'm going to call it a subsidiary, opened 3 recycling centers in Washington, California, and New Jersey. So that was our news this morning. Of course, super low float, 2.3 million in the float. A couple of days ago, it did get up to 5. So again, we'll have to wait and see what happens once this market opens. And fuel cell, another earnings play, almost getting close to an all-time low. Fuel cell, FCEL, I guess the all-time low is down here, 268. It looks like it's very close because at one point this stock was, yeah, I mean, split adjusted was $148, split adjusted. So that's why that percentage looks like it's almost at the all-time low. And it is, but it still has a ways to go, but about 80 cents or so. You know, you could probably pick any China stock, but if FUTU, another China stock on the way down, FUTU. So, you know, one day China's up, next day it's down, next day it's up, next day it's down. Here's KWeb. Take a look at what's happening with KWeb. So KWeb is off a little bit. Whoa, guys, AUVI just popped. AUV just, sorry, AUVI just popped out of this consolidation. So if any of you were in the Q&A yesterday, you know that Dan is in this one at about 138. That's funny. I missed out. BJDX is on the top of my list. First one I saw this morning, then the AUVI. But BJDX, yes. So what are the FDA consideration? That's what I've got. Consideration. That was my note on it. Okay, our trading at higher after the company announced that FDA has agreed to consider its plan. To consider. That's all it took to pop it up. Another low float, 10 million in the float. Well, I don't mind trading them day of, John. I mean, I'm not going to hold too many China stocks. Well, I don't hold too many stocks at all, but I don't mind trading the day of. But you know, everybody has a different comfort level, and that's fine. APVO guys, APVO announces new preliminary. It's a phase 1B trial. I mean, in the old days, this used to be shortable. When I say shortable, I mean you would just short. Well, in fact, I guess if you'd caught that pop up here, that was an excellent short. You know, most of the time, these phase one trials, they have a little excitement in the pre-market, and then reality sets in. Phase one is so early. Well, I've got, you're talking right now as I'm speaking. I mean, I've got my pre-market actives up and down. I'm constantly monitoring this in the pre-market, if that's what you're talking about. And then, again, I'm sharing this. Once the market opens, I just minimize this. Okay, once the market opens, I mean this will keep running all day, but you know whatever time I get up until 9:30 is when I keep monitoring these to see if anything new gets added to the either the up or the down gappers. And if you or anybody else would want that, you just have to go to my home page. And you just click on my homepage link and then go to the go to the scan section right here, click on the scan section. And these are the four, the gap up, gap down, and the pre-market actives up and down. So this is what I monitor, whatever time I get up in the morning until just before the market opens. All right, guys, it's 9:10. So let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Hasn't quite hit my email yet. Usually it's bang on at 9:10 Eastern time, of course, but I'll have to wait and see to see if they comes in the next 30 seconds or so. Okay, nothing's in yet. All right, I'm just checking that list to see if there's anything. Oh, the APVO. That's the one I wanted to maybe keep an eye on. I mean, it may be over now, that pop up there, and then I'm sure there were a lot of people shorting it, but you never know. You just never know. So maybe this was a big drop, but maybe it'll start to trade. Well, it's trading now, but maybe it'll start to get the enthusiasm back. The next high looking left was 662 on the weekly chart. So what did it get up to? Got way above that. So well, a lot of the things that I have are going to be thumbnailed. Okay, so I have some charts that I thumbnail. So I'm always going to be, keeping an eye on some of those. But a lot of it, they're in a watch list, so I have them in an alert window or a top list window. So I'm monitoring that way also. So in my watch list, for instance, will have a lot of those names. Nothing happens in. This will start to trigger at 9:30. Nothing happens in here until at least 9:45. I like to put a 15-minute delay. So a lot of the things that I'm looking at in the pre-market or from yesterday will be in this watch list here. But nothing will trigger until at least 9:45. And that's on purpose for me. The other thing I do is let's just say I wanted to get into the AUVI, all right? And I could say to myself, well, you know what? If it takes out this high right up here, this high right there, say at 270, I want to know about it. And maybe depending on what it looks like, how much volume did, I know this got room. So all I do is put a price alert and then I forget about it. So that's how I manage a lot of the stocks that I'm looking at all day long. I put price alerts at levels that I think I want to be interested in. And then if it triggers later, because what will happen is my price alerts window, will pop up on my screen. Okay, I minimize it. So if a price alert hits, because I've minimized it, the window will pop up on my screen. So there's another way I monitor it. Price alerts are a very, very powerful way really to follow things, okay? If you're not using, and I'm not talking to you, Sam, specifically, but if you're not using our price alerts, I think you're doing yourself a disservice. You're not taking full advantage of the program because it means that you don't have to be staring at a chart. You just set a price alert at a price that you think might be interesting. Now, if you're saying to yourself, well, how do I know what price that could be? Well, that is where the experience, you got to practice trading and start looking for things and saying, well, you know what? A lot of you would rather play a pullback. So if it pulls back to a certain price, put a price alert there. And then you just forget about it. If it never happens, so be it. But you don't have to be staring at the chart or wondering, gee, I wonder if that thing hit my price. All right, let's see if briefing.com has got me my upgrades and downgrades this morning. No, so this happened a couple of weeks ago. It didn't show up for some reason. All right, instead, let's take a look at the sectors right now. Let's take a, obviously you can see with the SPY drifting down more than likely, other than energy, but I'm not even sure about energy this morning. Other than energy, probably every single sector is down from yesterday's close. Yeah, everything is down. So what are you seeing? So these are the major ETFs, okay, or the major sectors. XLE is the major energy ETF, exchange traded fund. So these are the stocks that make up XLE. So what do these percentages refer to? When it says 100% in the red, that means that every single stock that makes up XLE is down from yesterday's close. And so if we quick perusal of the rest of the major sectors, you can see there's not one sector that what I'll call positive, that maybe 70 or 80% of them are above yesterday's close. But of course, this can change. This can change. Better not say a 15 minutes and a half an hour, 45 minutes after the market opens. Try to remember to take a look at this, but in a different way. I will look at it and the change from the open. So, for instance, all the energy stocks in theory could still be down from the close of yesterday. But when I look at the open, you could see maybe 90% of them are above the open, as an example, but still down from yesterday's close. In other words, there's a rally within. So it's much better. I really encourage you, to use the change from the open as opposed to change from the close in, well, maybe all your scans. Cool. So you guys this is of course gas play, right? Yeah, I mean, SIG, it's just hard to believe that any stock that is gapping up on earnings or anything else is going to hold, just especially with the market doing this. I mean, I was trying to put a little bit of a bounce here, but I really don't like trading these NIOs, LIs, and LI and XPAV. I just find them so erratic during the day. It's the AUVI with that press release seems to be the one. 7 million in the float, 12 million have traded already. So, and holding the gains. There's not been a big sell-off yet. What would be nice is if AERC would maybe join the party again a little bit. Yeah, so I'm hearing China stocks, when I say hearing, I've got this text to voice. So I'm hearing her say YOMC, there's TME, there's BEKE. This JAN is not shortable for me. JAN is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Too bad. It seemed like a very fluffy press release. Now, just checking some of my thumbnail charts from the day before, as in yesterday. So I guess this one started trading as SYM yesterday. This was a SPAC. One of these acquisition companies turned into SYM yesterday or today. I guess today. Is that right? No, I guess it was yesterday. Yeah, I'm sorry. So that was yesterday. Yeah, today's the 9th. Okay, so that was yesterday. Started trading as SYM yesterday. Of course, there's that daily candle. So had a pretty good debut, I guess. Typically, SPACs are around $10, so that a pretty good has something to do with AI, robotics, AI, robotics. Didn't mention this one. I forgot to mention this one. FRGE, a big gap down for FRGE. It's not shortable for me for some reason. I thought this used to be shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but for whatever reason, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. But FRGE, boy, I mean, look at this area here. Takes this. Well, it already has. I'm sorry. So it's below here. Wow. I wish this were shortable. This is just not looking good at all. FRGE. Redemption of public warrants. Thank you, Ori. Well, I'm definitely eyeballing AUIV. Now, I don't like to take trades right off the bat. Wait it out 15 minutes. I'm not saying I'm going to make a change in this one, but this one is looking really. I mean, the way it's holding AUVI, the way it's holding, and again that low float, lots of enthusiasm. Look at that, 12.9 have traded already with only 7.3 million in the float, and it's got that little gap here, 375. Guys, this one is coming in here. ABCL, what sort of volume? Yeah, just starting and it's a big float though. ABCL, see if there's any specific reason for it. I don't see any reason for this move. I'm just checking headlines. I don't see any specific reason for this move for ABCL. A moment, please. Well, it's like anything else, any of these pre-market poppers, you just have to kind of wait and see what happens once the market opens. It seems to be holding yes, but now I made not a mistake, but on the HTCR, yesterday, they did almost the same sort of a pattern. The big pop and then the drop, but then it just took off. When I see this, to me, it looks like it looks like it could be over, but you just have to wait and see once this market opens. Obviously you need the volume to come in. I mean, I consider it kind of a fluffy press release. I mean, it's like the old days where a company would come out and be able to put Microsoft in their press release. I mean, this is our news trading higher after the company and then announced the expansion and extension of its relationship with Microsoft Maps. I mean, that may be huge. I have no idea. But you put Microsoft, doesn't have the same cachet as it used to, but still. Life cycle or Lie cycle. Lie cycle is having a little move here. LICY is having a little bit of a move here. So William, I think you're long this YUMC, right? This is a lot of the China stocks. I'm just looking. YUMC, FUTU, JD, Billy, BEKE, TCOM, TME. Boy, they're just getting thumped here. Take a look at KWeb. BD, another one. Take a look at KWeb. Look at KWeb. Yeah, listen, obviously it may fade. No shorts available for me, yeah, at Interactive Brokers. Yes, less than a minute. Thank you, William. So less than a minute till this open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I don't typically take a trade in the first 15 minutes. I may make an exception on the AUVI if it takes out those highs around 270. But that is not a recommendation. Otherwise, I will just sort of sit tight and see what happens in my 10-day daily breakdown, which has given us some great alerts over the last couple of days. I'm also going to be paying attention to the small gap breakout and see what sort of, as a watch list, see what sort of alerts we get from that today. With the market gapping down the way it is, I don't anticipate too many gap breakouts on the upside, but we'll make it some on the downside. And we're open. Here we go. We're open, guys. Keeping an eye on the AUVI. Yeah, Wejo looks like it's just giving it up completely. I'll be surprised. I've been surprised before, but I'd be, whoops, not Wojo. Wejo. I'd be surprised. For me, it would probably have to take out this 250 mark to get it running again. I'll stick an alert there and see if it does anything like that. So we've opened, so the Dow's down, Nas is down, SPY's down, of course, we knew that. And we have our first halt of the day. And our beauty from yesterday, so this actually got halted on the way up, LYLT, our beauty from yesterday in terms of a short, though it did have a nice pop, but that was a fantastic short. So this is LYLT, so got halted on the way up. Yeah, there's the ABCL. This kind of snuck in at the end here. ABCL, Canadian stock, lots of volume now, 39, almost 40 times normal volume up to this point of the day. And you see these high relative volumes at the beginning of the day sometimes, especially when a stock doesn't normally trade very much and all of a sudden it's just exploding. And one of the right, let's see, ABCL. Wow, this is, for a pretty big float, 186 million in the float. This is a really big move. I don't see any news on it. I don't see any recent news on this ABCL. Check ours. All right, AUVI, kind of giving it up now. Boy, this is a big move. I wish I just don't see any news. So for the AUVI, I have an alert set right up here around this 270 mark. If it takes that out later on, it could get me very interested in taking that trade. So PAG's on the way down. PAG's on the way down. This is an earnings play. Didn't really have too much action in the pre-market. So PAG's is an earnings play, PAGS, and on the way down. AERC having a pop here, guys. AERC, look at the volume coming in. Look at monkeypox. Yes, monkeypox, guys. Not SIGA, sorry. It's SIGA. Monkeypox. So look at this little move here. For me to get interested, it would probably have to take out that 12 level. All this area up here. But yeah, I thought maybe that AERC pop might help. That might help AUVI, but not yet anyway. But do you have any news on ABCL? That's a big move for something that has that amount in the float. Okay, I mean that's a 186 million in the float. That's a big move. That's a big gap. Okay, LYLT just resumed. What did it do after the resumption? Did it have a nice pop, or is it going to maybe fail again? Again, this was a news shock for LYLT yesterday. All right, so I do see the SBLK showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown. I never take, as I say, I don't like to take trades in the first 15 minutes. The only time I'll make an exception on the 10-day daily breakdown will be if it's also an all-time low. It doesn't 100% mean I'm going to do that, but that's the only time. As you can see here, SBLK is not near an all-time low, so I will not take it early. I'm going to see if it settles down a little bit. It's why in the first 15 minutes, I should have said this before, I don't trade. Again, I don't usually trade in the first 15 minutes. If I were new to trading, I would not be trading in the first 13 or 30 minutes. But that ABC, thank you, Casa. I do see that on May the 28th for ABCL, I think. I see, not May the 20th, I see on May 18th, the CEO, president, and chairperson bought 2.6 million or 2.6% more shares. But I don't see any news today for it. Okay, guys, AUVI. Wow, look at SIGA. So is there monkeypox on the horizon? How about TNXP? TNXP? No, TNXP is not doing the same thing. Yeah, to me, Wejo looks dead. WEJO. What you do about nothing in the pre-market. So this is all. This is going. Looks like it's going to go negative. All right, AUVI trying to have a nice big bottoming tail there. Let's see if this gets the enthusiasm back. Buyers look like they're trying to take over again. It's pretty good news, I would think, for AUVI. You read that press release. Look at SIGA. Boy, SIGA is just racing higher here. This is one I just have thumbnailed every day until there's no more monkeypox news. Yeah, I saw CS this morning. Hard to believe. I mean, it's like a penny stock, $6 or something. CS this morning. Yeah, I don't know anything about it other than it's so cheap. I mean, oh well, you're in Switzerland, Santos. You tell us. You're a man in Switzerland. Laura, how many charts are you a premium subscriber? How many charts do you have right now? Because you can only have 20. So what have I think I've got 12 here, right? But I can, so you can, so if you have less than 8 of your own, then I can give this to you. Otherwise, you're going to get an error message. Okay. Well, let me know when you do it, because otherwise, if I give it to you now, you'll get an error message. And, so this is the format. Of course, then what you do is just change it to whatever you want. This is just the format that I've got, but change the symbols, of course, to anything you want. So just let me know when you've reduced it. Done? Okay. So let's see the dock chair layout. Let me just find it. There we go. Here's the last one so I can share it. Okay, so here it is. All right, guys, AUVI. Looks like it may want to run a bit. AUVI, guys, look like it wants to run a bit. Wink. Boy, it takes out three. As I said, AUVI has room on the weekly chart. 375 is the next high looking left. I'm not saying it's getting there. Well, I'm just looking at the next highs. There we go, guys. AUVI. Takes out three. All right, HCP just showed up on the my small gap breakdown. Okay, it just showed up. Look at the market. Meanwhile, PAGS is just tanking. PAGS, wow. It was just a little bit early for me to take it. Just tanking. Critical, it takes out three. AUVI. A second alert around 303. See that what happened? See, I had my price alerts, minimized my price alerts window. When it hit 303, it popped up on my screen. I put a sound alert on here. I sort on the triggered time column, so I'll see it right at the top. So you can't miss it. Use the price alerts. Somebody asked in the pre-market, Sam, I think it was, how do I manage my watch list and stuff? Well, I put a lot of price alerts during the day on things that I'm following. And there could be other things I start to follow that weren't on my price alerts list because, all of a sudden they're active and they weren't on, I'm sorry, price, they weren't in a watch list. Anybody looking at cold? This is from Rob in our YouTube room. I know people were talking about it earlier. I'm just not an ETF player, but all right, gap down and go. EDU. There's China, China, China. So my guess is that most China stocks are probably giving it up. Let's take a look at KWeb. Yeah, I mean, look at KWeb, guys. I mean, remember yesterday? 2 days, the last 2 days. Yay. Now look at today. Oh, this is just from somebody. I'm just referring to Rob in our YouTube room. That's all. He just said, is anybody looking at coal? That's all. So I was asked to, kind of do it like that when I get a question from our YouTube room because it confuses the people in the main room. They're wondering, well, where is that question? So that's all. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I don't want to hurt your feelings, PJ. I just can't play these, but I mean, these are gap down and reversals. I just find them very difficult. The NIO and LI, they are now turning into gap down and reverse. I just find that these ones they're just too erratic. But that's just me. Come on, AUVI, take out three in a big way. VVPR from yesterday, almost at yesterday's high now. It's actually just slightly negative, but that's because it closed almost at the high of the day yesterday, and that is VVPR. All right, guys, there we go. There we go. There we go. Maybe now hold three. AUVI. AUVI. Number one follow for me today, just based on that news. Now, just be aware again of this high over here. Oops, wrong symbol. I'm gonna say 55. Are you kidding me? AUVI. So just be aware of that high over here at 375. So Zach, listen. I'm not going to bug you anymore. Michael says he still hasn't received anything from you, so I'm not going to bug you anymore on this MFI thing. So you mean to short? Don't short. Come on, don't short blue collar. Okay, guys, I've taken some off of this AUVI. And that's just because I just want to lock in some profit. Look at the float, guys. I mean, look at the 44 million, 7 million it traded. Probably going to trade the float, I don't know, 10, 15 times today. So all these China EVs, they've all LI, XPEV, and NIO have all bounced. I just don't like trading them. I just find, look at this. So it got up to 2682 and now it's starting to pull back. I mean, it could easily just pull back down here. I just don't like trading them. But well, that's up to you, Sam. I mean, when you get into the trade, you have to have a stop, right? You have to have a plan to get out of the trade if it's not working and keep raising your stop, of course, as it is. So I can't tell you what that's going to be for you. Okay. I'd be looking at all I'm just aware of. I mean, I don't want to see it get down below three, but I've already taken some profit. So even if it got back down to three, I'm okay. But I'm just aware of that 385. I mean, listen, if I got anywhere close to that, I'd be ecstatic. Because that is the next area right up here. This 375. Sorry, 375. Remember, when you get into a trade, you have to have a plan where you're going to get out if it's not working. That's your stop, of course. And then as if it starts working for you, you obviously start raising your stop. I would not want to see this get below three. Well, okay. Well, optimistic. I mean, if you were in the pre-market, I mean, I was all over AUVI as a long, just based on the news. I was watching it the way it was basing nicely. It did have the little pullback when the market opened, but when it got up to this 270 level, that's when I pounced. I was saying that 270 level, you can just see the price alert I put on it. I said that's how I use my price alerts. Okay, if I get if something gets to a certain price, I want to know about it. Doesn't mean 100% I'm going to take the trade. No, just in general. But this one, I mean, it's quote unquote the right sector. This purification sector, air purification sector that's been hot with the three stocks, and it had some news this morning. So it wasn't just running for completely unknown reasons. So for all those reasons, that's why I wanted to watch it. very closely, and that's what I did. Look at this one. I mean, this is just tanking now. WEJO. Fluffy news, negative now. Just was not shortable for me. I wish it had been shortable for me. WEJO. And a pretty big float. I mean, 48 million. You know, had the float been 5 million or something, maybe it would have had a shot. But with that news, okay, the opening, three recycling, no, I'm sorry, the Microsoft, the classic, we put Microsoft in a press release and hope people see that press release. Okay. Who's your broker, blue collar? E-Trade. E-Trade had it? E-Trade? Really? That's a surprise. Usually there, if there's there's nothing at IB. Usually there's nothing at E-Trade, but okay, cool. That's it. Okay, this is my last day at IB. Yeah, you're actually, you know what? You're right too. I mean, well, it may stall it, but you're right. 335 is the 200 day. I didn't even look. 335 is the 200 day moving average. It may not matter, but we'll see. So 335 is the 200 day moving average. But again, it may not matter. Well, I wish every day would work out this well, have focus on one stock and it do this. Man. All right, so some of those beaten up SPACs, some are trying to come back a little bit here. There's the Sound Hound, SOUN. This is trying to come back. Remember now, 3 days ago, we had a SPAC or X-SPAC stocks that were SPACs that became trading. Obviously the merger, an acquisition was completed. You can see right here that that's when that happened with SOUN. But 3 days ago, we had just a total SPAC, X-SPAC, I call them, meltdown. All right, guys, so out more as it got closer, as it pulled back from the 330, or sorry, the 330 level, right, that 330 level. There's that too. And thank you for pointing that out. I didn't even think to look. I was more fixated on the high in the weekly chart. So the 330 level. So took some more out. Don't have that much left. But if it takes out that 200 day, it's possible I'll do an ad and see if it can challenge that 385. But that's up to you. So what I'm going to do, instead of trying to guessing on it, I'll just put an alert, say a 340, a little bit above that 200 day, and see what happens. Yeah, I mean, BJDX is kind of holding. It did get what to dollar, almost $2 in the pre-market. kind of holding. Did have some news. Yeah, real fluffy press release in my opinion, but oh well. 10 million in the float. FDA considers. I mean, it's so fluffy. To agrees to consider its plan to pursue. Okay, I mean it's such a fluffy press release, but it won't matter. I mean, if the traders get a hold of it again, anything can happen. Okay, so ABCL now is turned into a gap up and reverse. Big topping tail there. Wow, that would have been an excellent one. In terms of a short, there were shorts available. Oh, lots of shorts. 1.5 million shorts available. Interactive brokers. I'm surprised that many shorts. Yeah, just out of the price range. I like to trade, but you guys in the SIG looking good. Obviously, I don't know where you would have got it. There's the pullback down here. I don't know where you would have attacked to try to get it, but SIG is an earnings play. So when you look left on it, the next high is 70.41, I believe. So it's got some room. All right, guys, I'm completely out of the AUVI. I have an alert set around I think 335, 340 area. If it takes that out later on, I may get interested again, but I'm completely out of the AUVI now. All right, yesterday's star. Now, doubt if it's going to get above yesterday's high, but yesterday's star, HTCR. Let's see if it, takes out the body, the high of the body there, which is 218. I'm going to stick an alert around 220, 222 or so. Make it easy to remember. 222 or so. See if it takes that out. PAGs continued down. Mentioned this one earlier. Got a great red bar ignored for SIGA. Look at that red bar ignored for SIGA. That's on the 15-minute chart. Also, no. Yeah, no, sorry. Not on the 5-minute. Yeah, it is on the 5-minute. Sorry, it is on the 5-minute. But the trend was down a little bit first. But anyway, nice red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Okay, DBVT on the move here, guys. DBVT on the move, and look at the room it's got on that weekly chart. 274, I believe, 274. Yeah, is the next high, so it's cleared two. It's on my watch list. 203. Obviously, so it's above yesterday's high. DBVT So so they're actually, it's relatively impressive. I mean, they were able to raise $194 million. This little stock, they're planning to raise $194 million. All right, guys, maybe keep an eye on Jan, Jan. Keep an eye on Jan. It's been very, very erratic though. I mean, look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails, but it's above the 200-day moving average. You know, I mean, you're giving up quite a bit if you wait to the five break, which was 2 days ago, but it's pretty choppy. Now we have oh, this is nothing. Another low BEF is a halt. Let's see if you can. See if we have anything on pivots. Pivot point, I guess we can. I've not done it, so I guess you can. Well, fuel cell actually had a bounce, didn't it? Yeah, fuel cell actually had a bounce. Did not, I was looking for a short on this one. Yeah, PAGS just kept moving down right from the beginning. PAGS just kept moving down right from the beginning. So the market put in a giant green candle. But now we've seen this the last few days. Giant green candles and then another one following a giant red candle wiping it out. Boy, PAGS, is there news on this one? I wonder what's happening to Brazil just in general. Oh, it is an earnings play. Yeah, that's right. It is an earnings play. I didn't see it really because it didn't do anything pre-market. So it really waited for the market to open before it just completely gapped down. So I've only got one in the small gap breakout, okay, and that's the HCP 3121. This is a short possibility, nothing on the upside, which makes sense with the market down. So yesterday it was very active on the upside. Keep an eye on the DBVD guy, DBVT, as a long. Okay, I mean it's basing nicely, and it's on a low float, so I don't expect like a huge move or anything. It is already up 15%, but more importantly, it's a matter of looking left and seeing the gap. So it could start to fill in this area without any chart resistance. Well, it's an earnings play, Niall. John, it's an earnings play. They released earnings. So that is the reason. Hey guys, AUVI, again, I'm completely out of it now, but it's not doing, it's just a minor pullback. I mean, in fact, if this takes out that 327 level later, I know that'd be still very close to that 200 day, but it might get it rolling again. You need the volume. See how the volume is dwindling. And AERC maybe helping it a little bit, getting close to 10. AERC getting close to 10. DBVT on the move a little bit, guys. DBVT on the move a little bit. I'm going to try to pay a little more attention to my watch list. Yeah, so fuel cells having a bounce, a big bounce. Yeah, you could even go positive. Not that far away. DBVT, guys. DBVT making a move. It's all about the gap fills. Okay, it's all about the potential for me. See, look at this. Look at the SPY, schizo action. I mean, we had that big green candle, and now we've got this red candle, which may get all the way back down to the bottom of that green candle. Have another minute for this candle to close. So definitely some schizo action. AUVI guys, maybe another push now. AVUI, I'm not in it right now. I'm not in it yet, but I like that bottoming tail. Got down to 292. Buyers are taking control again. Key level, of course, is at 335, the 200-day simple moving average, SMA. Well, I guess I should have paid. Again, I love my bias to prevent me from taking these bounces, but all right, Jan, guys, Jan just made a new high, I believe. Jan, JAN, just made a new high. Pre-market high is 488. Look at the week. Look at last week. Now today is wiping out all of last week for Jan. Oh, I don't see it because I'm only looking at the profitable trades, so I don't see that. Ah, Jan, look at this. It's almost taking a five now, guys. That's that what that red line means right there. That's the next high looking left. $5. So I'm looking at Zach's topping plays and bounce plays. I'm only see the one for AUVI. Excuse me. Now again, I have a 20-minute delay. You guys may have more, but not nowhere near as active as it was yesterday. So again, on the AUVI, notice I've got a price alert set up here. If it doesn't hit it, I'm not interested. So yeah, I do see that Tully wants to short the DBVT. Take a look at KWeb. My guess is that, I mean, all these China stocks that I'm seeing on a gap down and reverse, KWeb is probably, not JWeb, KWeb, probably almost for sure doing the same sort of thing. Yes. Well, look at Rent the Runway, Rent, RENT, almost an all-time low. Actually, this was an earnings play. I did see this one actually, but the volume wasn't that great, so I didn't really pay that much attention to it. And I wish I had. This is an awesome short. This is not showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown because the relative volume is not 8, but boy, oh boy. Okay, guys, with this market chopping around like this, I'm out of the DBVT, just a minor gain. Let's see if the AI, and I do have shorts available. Let's see if the AI is right. Nice guys on the SIG, very nice. Next high is 70.41, so getting a little bit close, about $1 away. Very different day from the things I'm looking at from yesterday. I mean, say yesterday, even though the market was, chopped around a little bit, we some of the things that I was looking at anyway were trending very nicely, like the HTCR. You could just sort of see what happened, what it did. I mean, unbelievable, beautiful. Before, then it started to chop, but that was about 2 hours of straight up. We saw a lot of stocks like that. On the short side, we had that LYLT, just Absolutely beautiful. Look at this trend all the way down. Yeah, well, that's the low float. I mean, Jan, that's what the low float can do to you. You know, low float, wonderful when it's going higher. Look at that though. I mean, just got stuck at 5, right to the penny. 5, 5. Yeah, Path, you know, I've been talking about this for, well, ever since its earnings. Ever since its earnings right here. All right, guys, it is now 10:22. So you know what that means? You have to put up with me talking a little bit about trade ideas in general, the links that I'm sharing. Okay, so I put my homepage link in. When you click on the my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So that's the proper promo code. So Barry for Alpha for 15% off. That's the promo code to use off your first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. And it's the only software you'll ever need. That's what it says. Annual monthly premium standard. So annual premium is $2,000 less the 15%. Standard is 1,000 less the 15%. The big difference is the AI. Give me a, yeah, you know what? I wanted to take the CTV. We got the alert. It's 263. It dropped. Shoot, I forgot to put my price alert at 263 again. I'll go over the AI in a bit, but that's the big difference. That is the big difference between standard and premium is access to our AI. What I would do though is I would take out a monthly subscription. Don't jump into an annual unless you absolutely know you want the product. You can start off with a standard monthly or a premium monthly. You'll get 15% off that first month only. If you maintain a monthly, this is what you'll pay going forward. Nothing wrong with maintaining a monthly subscription. But at any time, if you do want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we will honor the 15%. Okay? If you do take out a subscription, do this. The Let's Get Started. You know, goes over, I mean, right from the beginning, the download and installation, the first startup and login. 10 videos, it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through them, okay? Do yourself a favor, learn a little bit about the software before diving in. I do a daily video recap. You can sign up for it right here. I do it at noon, but you can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week, you can sign up for. It's free. Sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, the stock of the day is essentially this up here. Education. So once you have done just waiting for this to load. Okay, now go to the user guide. Once you've done that getting started, the 30-minute video. Then you can take a look at the channel bar. I'll go over the channel bar a little bit. And then you have to know what the difference is between an alert window and a top list window. If you want to create your own scans, it'll show you how you can do it. Okay. So get this down first. Afterwards, you know what? You want to alert, you see me putting price alerts on charts. You can put sound alerts on different alert windows. So a unique sound on your alert window. So when you hear an alert, you know which window to look at, things like that. But you don't have to learn everything at once. Don't get hung up on, oh man, how am I going to learn everything? You don't have to. In fact, if you just did this, that might be enough for you. Daily support. So today is Thursday, so it should be, I believe it's Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room today. I take a break at noon Eastern. I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And again, today's Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. I will confirm that. He is the originator of the trades of the week. And I'll put the YouTube link in before I do take my break. I think Chris will be there when I shut the main room down at 3:30. He should be there in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. The daily webinars. So we're done this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. This week it was Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading or you're looking for a refresher, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this little course together. It's all free. Do it if you're new to trading. Last, on my homepage, all the scans that I'm sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market, the gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Nothing is really shaking from my 10-day daily breakdown today, but this can be really a great producer. You hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers. Nothing really happening on that one today. Just, every day's different. The basic new highs and lows, these can give really, if you just want to watch these all day long, that's a great watch list. So anyway, these are all of the scans that I'm sharing. All right, there is the BJDX that Shady was talking about. Still pretty choppy in my opinion, but you never know. With that float, 10 million in the float, it's traded at 3 times. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. Okay, that's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world or who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. On my homepage, I showed that I'm sharing a lot of scans. Let's go to my scan section. And we also have a lot of scans here. You click on new from our toolbar and then dock channel bar. All of these channels are theme based. So for instance, if you wanted to look at a momentum channel, you just click on the momentum. And for instance, here's one PH. Let's see what PHX is doing. You can see right there, PHX, big move, big move. So this is a momentum scan in the momentum channel. If you like this one, if you thought, you know what, I'd love to have this scan as part of my layout, all you have to do is right click, duplicate into a free floating window. Basically what you're doing is you're taking it out of this layout. And now it's free floating, okay? And then you right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. So you're saving it into the cloud. Now, if you like it exactly the way it is, fine. But of course, if you wanted to, you could make some changes before you save it. In other words, so again, this is the format. If you right click on an alert window and click on configure and then click on summary, you'll see exactly what this scan is looking for. So in this case, the price is between 1 and 50, minimum volume is 100,000 shares, etc. So if you like it the way it is, go ahead and save it to the cloud if you do want this as part of your layout. Or of course, you can make some changes. Okay, so if you want a different price range, 10 and 100, on the summary, you see how it has changed. And if that's what you wanted, then you just say, okay, now it's changed. Now you see SIG is showing up, whereas before it wouldn't. Now, what Traded is really, really good at real-time alerts. So again, what we've done here is these are the filters. So every filter value has to be satisfied. So in other words, has to be between 10 and 100, minimum 100,000 shares, etc. So every filter has to be satisfied. If the stock makes a new high with these filters satisfied, we get a real-time alert. Okay. So that's why we saw the PHX at 1028. It made a new high at 473. That's what Traded is really, really good at. Creating an event. We call this an event, and then you have a trigger. In this case, it's a new high of the day. So the concept here now is to go through the different channels and maybe extract scans that you might like, save them to the cloud, and then bring them back one at a time, and then save it as a layout. So really, what you are able to do, you can take my scans, and look. I have a lot of scans that I'm sharing. You don't want every single one of them. You don't want to have a layout that's packed with 40 windows. Okay, you'll never get anything done. So you have to, be choosy. And if you're just starting out trading, you might not know what you like. So, you can kind of see what sort of alerts you're getting from some of these scans, see if it makes sense in your mind. Yeah, I wouldn't mind trading like that. So the bottom line is you don't have to know how to create any scan from scratch if you don't want to. Because again, we are sharing a lot of scans and I'm sharing a lot of scans. Now, of course, if you want to create your own scans, you can. So if I right click on an alert window, click on configure and click on search, when we see these icons here, these are the real-time alert icons. All sorts of different real-time alerts that we've created. And these are the filters. So again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. The company started in 2003. They thought that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So what they tried to do was create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So do not get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Common question. They look at our user guide and then they look at all the alerts and filters that we have and say, I can't learn this. You don't have to. We channels cannabis. Cannabis. I don't even know why it's still there. They should take that one out. It's hardly used, but it's a cannabis. It's a cannabis. Okay, guys, now I just want to talk about our AI. So if you have and this is part of our premium service, if you have the premium service, make it like uncomplicated, make it super simple to follow the AI alerts all day long. All you have to do is click from our toolbar, click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. When you do that, this is what you're going to see. And what I do is I go to the filter section and I check any profitable trades. I don't care about the ones that aren't working. I use this like a watch list. I just want to follow all day long the ones that are working. Sometimes they set up differently or different stages of the day. I never get hung up and, oh, I missed this one at 263. I mean, I wish I had it. I did see it actually when we got the alert, and then I think it drifted down a little bit. But you know what? What if this sort of bases a bit? The only problem I have with it is that 298 looks like it could stall it. Okay, but imagine if this weren't here and the next high looking left was way up here. That'd be really, really interesting. Even if you missed it at 263, if it based a bit. So I use it like a watch list. There's no video that is going to show you, well, here's how you use the AI. Okay. It's like a watch list. Well, this DBVT is enticing me again to get back in it. I don't care. This is the fact that AI went short on it. It doesn't matter to me. Okay, I'm going to briefly talk about this window, this blue window in the upper left-hand corner. We call it Brokerage Plus. This is definitely a more calm day than it was yesterday for me anyway. Well, I do see that it's not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers, and that's the AUVI. That goes. Okay, so I typed in the, oops. Sorry about that. I typed in the wrong, or copied the wrong link. All right, there is the Brokerage Plus link. If you click on the link, you're going to see there are two videos. There's a short video that shows you how, if you happen to have an IB, Interactive Brokers account, or an E-Trade account, how you can trade from within Trade Ideas using this window that we call Brokerage Plus, okay? It's only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, sorry, not available. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. Now, if you don't have an IB, Interactive Brokers account, or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It's just that you won't have, this feature will not be available. And the reason I always have to say that every single day, because it's amazing how many emails we get. Do I have to switch to Interactive Brokers or E-Trade to use your service? No, okay? If you're happy with your broker, stay with your broker. If you're unhappy, you want to try, Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, fine. But if you're happy with your broker, don't change just because you can't use this from within Trade Ideas. I don't use it. I mean, we were able to set up, though I know it's been a little bit wonky over the last little while. I don't know why, even with IB, but typically we're able to set up what's called an external link to your broker, using this tools external linking tool. Okay. And what that means, it's a huge time saver. So every time I click on an alert, it loads into my order entry in Interactive Brokers. Now, for those of you who are still having issues with the linking with IB, and I know something has happened, this is what I've had to do. And before I do that, NXTP. I'm so surprised when you point these ones out to Zach. I just never think of you as somebody who trades under a dollar, but why not? I guess if it's going to do that and you see it early. So this is what I've had to do with the AI. It doesn't matter what, sorry, with my linking. Doesn't matter what order I start. I can start. I can load IB first and then trade ideas, or I can load trade ideas first and then IB. It doesn't matter. The link will not work at the beginning unless you probably keep, clicking on alerts and you may finally establish it. What I've had to do, and this has worked for me the last 3 days, is again, it doesn't matter what order. So let's just say for argument's sake, I load trade ideas and then I load interactive brokers. I exit trade ideas and then I load it again, and then we're back to the normal linking. I don't have to, I can keep my rules up here. I didn't have to, get rid of the rules or delete the link. So that is what has worked for me the last 3 days. So it's not the end of the world. So the other way I like to demonstrate this use, Brokerage Plus, though, is as a simulator. If you are new to trading, let me just show you what it would look like starting from scratch here. So you notice under Brokerage Plus, there are two options. One says live, one says sim for simulation. So you would click on sim. Notice it says not connected right now. You click on sim and now it says connected. You click on connected. I'm sorry, it'll connected, then it'll change to account, and then you click on account, and then simulated trading default will pop up, and you click on that. Now you're in the simulator. Okay, now you are in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. Again, we cannot emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. How long it's going to take you, I have no idea. But if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade. Okay, real money. Just forget about it. Unfortunately, even if you can make money in the simulator, it does not absolutely translate to making money when you're trading live because motions come into play, discipline, etc. All the things that you might have practiced in the simulator, sometimes they just get thrown out the window. But if you cannot make money in the simulator, just forget about trying to make money live. Yeah, I don't know if we support that anymore, Santos. Okay. Much easier to use our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so much easier to use our simulator. So you don't even, in fact, if you're starting out and you don't even have a broker, but you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then you're set to go because it's using our real-time data. Okay. Shoot, why did I get out? Why did I let you say shouldn't have let? Who told me that the AI had DBVT? That influenced me just a little bit. See, I don't see it, okay, because it's not profitable. So I don't see it, so I don't care. Now, CTV is getting into a really interesting area here around that three. Well, and that's why we're saying also, I mean, paper trading is, is it ever going to be exactly like trading live? No, but it's going to be it'll give you a great idea. Okay. The other thing too is that, I mean, if you're trying to scalp, I mean, if you are truly trying to, and I know I brought this up yesterday, I mean, we have some very call them disgruntled customers because, they set up strategies that they're trying to make 5 cents with a 1 or 2 cent stop. It is never going to work. Never, 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 never going to work. Okay. And they say, yeah, but when I back tested it, it worked really well. Well, it won't work. So that's why I'm saying, even if you're not getting the greatest fill in a simulator, unless you're just trying to scalp for 5 or 10 cents every trade, it shouldn't matter that much. So let's take a trade. All you do is click on an alert. The symbol is going to show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. So let's take the DBVT just for fun, okay? And let's take 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. It's only a 2 cent spread, so I can go in at the market. I'm going to buy, click the buy. That sets it up. One last look, send it. See, so it took it at 221. I mean, and I'm looking right now, and that's the ask, 221. So, it's pretty, sometimes there's going to be a penny out, or, maybe, but I mean, I'm not in this. I mean, if I were taking this, I'm not in this to make 3 cents. And then, of course, when you get into a trade, you should have a stop. I'm going to go quickly over this. I'm going to put a stop at 201, which is going to make the math super simple. You'll see approximately minus 100 will appear on my chart. So I always look for reasons not to take a trade. I've got to, unless I have a checklist that I have to check every single box before I take a trade. It's that simple. Now, there's no real point in asking me, well, what's my checklist so I can do the same thing? You have to, if you're that new to trading, you better develop your own style. Okay. And that only way you can do that is to practice. Most of the things on my checklist are already checked based on the scans that I create. So I'm never going to see something. Well, it's already showing in the chart. There it is. There's my stop. And so when you say showing in the chart, it's already showing in the chart. There's my stop, that red line. So most of the things on my checklist are already checked based on my scans. In other words, I'm never going to see something outside of a price range that I like to trade. I'm always going to have a minimum volume, probably a minimum relative volume. So a lot of things are already checked. In other words, I don't have to check, boy, is it in the right price range? Does it have the right volume? So a lot of things are already checked for me. So then my next step, because most of the things I look at are near the highs of the day or at the lows of the day. Boy, look at this, ZYNE. So I wonder if this one is going to continue. I mean, this is too extended for me to take it, but what if it just sits here for a while? So that's what I do. I'll never auto trade. Never, 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 never will I auto trade because I always want to click on the alert when I get it. It's what we're called trade ideas. It's an idea generator. I click on the alert, I check to see what it looks like on the chart, and then I size it up. And if I like it, if there's enough room, looking left on the monthly, daily, weekly, then I make up my mind if I want to take it. But that's, where some practice comes in. So if you agree with me that you should have some kind of a checklist, great. So, but the next step is okay, just because you think it should work, everything checks, It's even got great news, which is not one of my things that has to be checked. And the room is talking about it, and it just looks so awesome. There's a ton of room. I talk about the room looking left. There's a ton of room for it to keep going until it hits the next high. Just because all those everything is satisfied like that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work. So you have to have a stop. Where are you going to get out of the trade because it's not working? So what I do is I typically take a look at a 5-minute chart and size up where I think there's some support meaning a lot of action at a certain price over a certain period of time. And so if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. But support and resistance can be very subjective. My idea and your idea may be very different. So if you're starting out, this is what I would do. Take the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That's a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's you just know what that number is. So when you get into the trade, you know what the low of the previous 5-minute candle is, and that will be your stop. And that is going to share size you. How? Well, the next step is how much are you willing to risk on the trade? If it doesn't work, how much are you actually willing to risk on the trade? In other words, how much are you prepared to lose on the trade if it doesn't work? Hopefully it makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. And that's why I took 500 shares. But understand, when I trade, I know where I'm getting in approximately, and I know what my stop is. And so I'm doing some quick math. I'm dividing the difference, 221 in this case, 201, that's 20 cents. I wanted to make the math easy. And dividing that 20 cents into $100, that's where you get 500 shares. But if my stop had been 17 cents away, I'm not taking 500 shares. Now, what you can do is set up a spreadsheet, with this, and you should risk approximately the same amount every single trade. In other words, I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating risking $100 a trade. So you can set up an Excel spreadsheet, risking, say, whatever your amount's going to be, which will then very quickly, you just type in, okay, here's the difference is, you can type in your order or your entry and where your stop is. It'll calculate, of course, very quickly the difference, and it'll divide that into, again, say 100, and that'll tell you how many shares to take. That's why you got to practice. Oh, of course, of course. If it's real, of course, on your IB account when you're connected, of course it'll show it. Well, in essence, the simulation is a margin account. I mean, I think we start off with 100,000 shares. Okay, so 100,000 shares, $100,000. All right, guys. So remember that beauty, yeah, yesterday's act, that QTT. All right, here is a bounce play from Zach's scanner, Zeta. Is there news on this one? Let's see, it's not an earnings play. see any news on this one. Just checking quickly. Market has been really choppy, guys. Big green candle, big red candle, green, red, now red. I mean, very pretty choppy. John, is that question to me? Is that based on a range of the previous 5 minute candle? Are you talking about the stop to practice? It's just the low. If that question was directed to me, just the low of the previous 5 minute candle, whatever that number is. Yeah, just look at the previous 5 minute candle. So, the previous, yeah, I mean, if you hover over the candle, you'll see the low is 747, say for Zeta, as an example. All right, what is happening here? PHX. Remember that was on the momentum scanner, when I was demonstrating the momentum scanner. So PHX was showing up. PHX. And look at this run. What a run this one has had. 346 to 489 over in a week. Meanwhile, Box D just continues its descent. So one of the reasons, that we're getting a lot of interest in these small caps, we're out of earning season. Okay, we're just out of earning season. So for a lot of people, who want to trade, those larger cap companies that release earnings, they're not there yet. I mean, AA. Let me just check. I know William would jump all over me, but July 14th, July 14th. So we've still got a little over a month before earning season starts again. Okay, so until then, traders are looking for something else. Now, I don't care about earnings at all in terms of I don't trade the Microsofts or the Googles or the Facebooks. But right now, because there are not that many earnings plays, these smaller ones tend to be the focus. Yeah, PBTS just got halted. You're right. Another sub. Wow, look at this one. Crazy. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Oh, this is traded to float 59 million, 56. And I don't see any specific news. This is a China stock. I'm just looking. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, in fact, this is, I love it when Benzinga does this, trading higher and above average volume despite no company specific news to justify the price action. So there is no specific news on it. All right, DBVT. Boy, these. All right, guys. E. Well, I took a little short on this box D, okay? I want to see if it just keeps moving down. Nothing spectacular, but I'm in right here at this 283 mark. If it has any sort of was into the 90s, I'm out, but I just want to see if it just continues down. It's been, slammed. This is one of those X facts. Yeah, it's funny, Mookie. When I first started out, I guess I won't call it well, I guess you can call it a journal. I certainly, what I used to do. Boy, this is going back a few years, but I would I would take, and this is when I was trading a lot more though too. I would take every trade and I would put of course, in an Excel spreadsheet, and I would have one column which would show me the most I could have made on the trade. Had I been able to get out at the absolute best price, things like that, and just compare to see where I did get out, how much money I left on the table. I mean, listen, it's not feasible, of course, to get out right at the absolute high, but it really was helping me say, man, like a lot of times you're getting out way, way, way too early. I mean, even if you let it go to that high and then just take some out underneath a little bit, so, but I was getting out way, 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 way too early on so many trades, but it was a great exercise to go through. And so I would add it up, and at the end of the day, I would have a number that say this is what I made, and then the other number, this is what I could have made, if it had been got out exactly at the highs of anything, if I were going long. And again, it's not feasible, of course, to get out exactly at the highs of the day, but it was just sort of letting me know, well, how good are my exits? I mean, there's got to be some. I mean, this is China. Okay, this is a China stock. There's got to be something. But there's just a zero news. I go from 37 to a dollar. Wow, look at the volume. DBVT guys has turned out to be very, not only in the simulator. So, the fact that Holly wanted to short it, I don't care. It's all about looking left. Look at the room it's got. So not a bad one from my watch list. 203 now, 237. Great percentage move. Great percentage move. All right, guys, why do I have an alert for HCP? I'm going to tell you. So this is the only, well, actually the blink also. What did blink do? 1835? What did it do? No. But HCP, this is a small gap breakout, okay? So 31.21, that was the alert. What is it doing? So it's right at that alert price. Now, does that make sense? I want to see where the next low is. 30.11. Yes. So it is a dollar away. So again, if you're unfamiliar with this is a small gap breakout. What it's doing is it's taking a look at stocks that had a very, very small gap and then moved after the gap. So I've restricted the gap. And again, the gap is that first print of the day. It has to be less than 1% on the upside or the downside. So that first print, because like a lot of people will look at stocks, and look and they say, well, man, that first print, it's 17 cents above or 17% or 20% above yesterday's close. It's gapped up so much. I don't want to chase it. Well, this allows you to minimize the gap, but then follow stocks that move after that gap. Okay, so I put that in. So if you want that one, I can share it with you. Yesterday it gave us a few, but I would use it like a watch list. Are you talking to me, Vicky? Yeah, it definitely allowed me to keep in trades longer. I mean, again, as I said, there's no way you're going to be able to maximize every single trade. But I did this over several years. I was pretty diligent about keeping those records over several years. And totaling it up at the end of the year, what I could have made versus what I made. It was amazing. Well, yeah, I mean, my time it's a little bit different now, but I still feel like I'm okay. I mean, do I leave? I mean, anybody says, "Oh, I don't leave anything on the table," they're lying. It's that simple. They are lying. And mastered would be too strong a word. Well, this is why it ticked off. I mean, I'm in a development build, and this max P&L, what that is supposed to be showing me is, well, these numbers would be exactly the same, the total P&L and the max P&L, if the stock was right at the high. So this max P&L usually is going to be a little bit more than the total P&L, because what that max P&L is supposed to be calculating is when you were in the trade. So right now you see how DBVT has pulled back to 236. The max P&L should be telling me when it was at 241, what would you have been making? Okay, that's what it, I'm sort of ticked that again, we don't seem to have that. Well, listen, it's and it's also really, really tough when these low float situations, because the rug can get pulled at any time. So, I don't beat myself up on those ones. I wonder what the deal on this PHX. Yeah, Casa is good for the news. There's no question about that. Definitely appreciated it, or hmm, appreciate it. I mean, look at Siga. How to trade that? I mean, it's a guess. Way, way, way too choppy. I mean, I was interested because, okay, monkeypox and all, but there was never, in my opinion, for me anyway, no real, like for the way I trade anyway, no good entry. I mean, I know I can look at these moving averages and all that, but I just find this way too choppy. No, I would definitely in the afternoon, I'd be watching this AUVI. I mean, it's takes out this three level again with some volume, it could get rolling again. Okay, PBTS, just insane, and still no news. Good grief. And am I in this? No, I am not in it. I used to have a scan, I don't know if I still have it, called Penny Stock Explosion. Don't know if I still have it. Yeah, Penny Stock Explosion. And I bet you this one, the PBTS is not going to show up because it's over $1, I think. Yeah, between 10 cents and $1. Okay, so I mean, if you're interested in something like this is just a top list. I mean, I can give it to you, and you can of course adjust it. Look at this PBTS. It's insane, really. It's truly insane. 200% now, and on no news. Oh, yeah, the Zine, the ZYNE. Yeah, we saw this one just here. I mean, it's just ripping also. I'm not in that one. I'm in two. I'm in the DBVT. I got back in it, and then that box D just to see if it has a little move down. That's it. And I'm getting about 45 minutes or less, 40 minutes till my break. And it's halted again. Boy, this is shortable for me too. Oh, shortable. Only 12,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers, but this is shortable for me. Interesting. Well, let's just see where it could open. No clue. Okay, this is again time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the halt. You don't see the symbol, but trust me, that's the symbol. 123 is the halt. 122, 122. There's really no big clue where it may open. So if you're in this one, of course, what you'd be hoping for is to see a nice big number here, like 140, 150, which could be potentially where it would open. So right now, though, we don't really know where it's going to open. And if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening at 11:22 plus 57 seconds. So again, one of the scans I'm sharing is the halts resume. So you can see it right there. And so the halt was at 11:17:57. You can see right there is usually they're 5-minute halts. You can see right to the penny. The first halt at 10:59:25, open at 11:04:25, right to the penny, or right to the penny, right to the second. So if this is a 5-minute halt, which they typically are, this will be 11:22 plus 57 seconds. So 3 seconds before 11:23. Just a minute, please. Okay, so what did I say? 11:22. So a little over about a minute and a half for this to open if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Yeah, it's not, you're right. You know, this little basic new highs and lows is a great little producer also. So the whole idea is that you don't have to have a lot of different windows giving you a lot of alerts all day long. Wow. The temptation with using trade ideas is to have so many alert windows with all sorts of different setups, and you're just clicking like mad all day long, getting nothing done. Would I mind? No, no problem. Let me, before I do that, okay, I guess I got time. I just want to, so load from cloud, PENNY, share. Okay, here you go. All right, guys, this could be opening. Get it on here. PBTS, there it is. PBTS just opened. What did it do? Wow. So it didn't do anything yet. It didn't do anything. Remember, there was no real clue where it was going to go. I mean, boy, the temptation is to short it here, of course, but I mean, it's so extended. And unfortunately, those shorts were snapped up at Interactive Brokers. They were just, remember I was saying, I don't know how many there were, but they were snapped up at Interactive Brokers. We'll see if that's going to turn out to be a good thing. Wow. I haven't seen one like this for a while. I mean, we see the sub $1 stocks move, but generally when they get into that dollar level, they tend to fall. But I mean, that's coming also from 37 cents. Let's see if there's any. Oh man, interesting. I should put this on the screen. They flash 3,000, then 1,000, then 3,000, and then gone. This is Interactive Brokers. This is telling me how many shares are available. And if you want that, if within Interactive Brokers, it's a great little window to have. There, you see what it just flashed, but then somebody snapped them up. So this is real time. What's happening at Interactive Brokers regarding shorts, short availability. To have that window, just go to File New and type in SLB, and that window will come up. That is correct, Mike. I'm using the Pro version. Lite is not available in Canada, so that I would not be able to use it anyway. And again, I'll say it every day. You get what you pay for. I know I pay half a cent a share for my trades. It doesn't bother me at all. I sometimes feel I get better fills, for the so-called free brokers. And with the free brokers, they're under the gun, aren't they, with your payment for order flow in the States coming under a lot of scrutiny. I don't know if it's officially going to be stopped, but do I use direct access? I have no idea. And I'm not trying to be flip. I mean, I've had the program for 6 years. I haven't changed it at all in 6 years. So however I set it up 6 years ago, it's the same. I'm running exactly the same. Well, again, Interactive Brokers charges me half a cent a share, so I've got zero problem with that. I'm on something, I mean, I think I know, I mean, in theory, they try to give me the best fill possible through, look at PAGS again, guys. PAJS just made another new low. You know, it's turning into a nice little trade. It's this box D. I mean, this is just every day making a new low, lifetime low. Ah, shoot, I wasn't looking. FRGE, yes. Yeah, 1040, yes. I wasn't looking at your scan. So Novavax did not really bounce. How about Dish? Ooh, 20, did it bounce? Yeah, not bad. If it continues, probably some resistance right around here at 2030, 2040. If you took that bounce from from Zach's scan. Well, if we have a relative volume filter, okay? So the relative volume filter is telling me that a stock is trading abnormally. So for instance, I mean, I'll always see, I'll never see any in my scans. I'm never going to see anything that is not trading abnormally. In this particular one, for instance. So the question is in our YouTube room, how do I differentiate between volume coming in that's, well, you call it with market volume and volume that is unusual to that stock? Well, PBTS, but this scan right here, configure, summary. So look at this, the current volume is at least 8. That means it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day. So, I mean, now if I'm looking for a volume spike, then I just use my volume, so something could be trading abnormally all day, but all of a sudden it, really becomes abnormal in 1 minute. So, in order to see something like that, you can just use a filter like this, the volume in 1 minute, add the filter and put some, pretty high percentage, 1,000. So that means, that's 1,000%. So that means it's trading 10 times what it would normally do over the last few minutes. Okay, so it's always ways to check either A, if a stock is trading abnormally all day based on the relative volume, or if it's having a specific volume spike, at a certain time of the day using this volume 1 minute. But to me, the relative volume filter is the one if you're looking for liquid stocks that are really trading abnormally, use the relative volume filter. Make sense? Again, talk about the checklist. I mean, I never want to get into a trade if it's not trading abnormally. I don't know if it will catch a sweep order, Luffy. I mean, the block trade alert is, I don't use it, but I don't know if it'll catch a sweep order. But I mean the block trade, and I think it has to be a minimum of 20,000 shares, I think. 20,000 shares. So it has to be at least 20,000 shares. Okay. Whether it's catching a sweep order, I have no idea. Hey guys, I'm out of the DBVT as it pulled back. So I'm only have the little box D short. I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon, another 20 minutes or so. Yeah, I mean, for something that did this, I mean, I have to admit, this is pretty impressive the way it's hanging in on that 5 minute chart. That there just has not been a flood of selling yet. That is pretty impressive. I mean, you would think that after that run up, that there'd be, people bail, lots of people bailing. I see now there are 1,900 shares available at Interactive Brokers to short. Boy, well, I won't say mighty have fallen, but remember when Verb was, looking at a pretty decent little stock, $4.44 now. Okay, guys, I mean, this is not my style, but to trade sub penny stocks, but this is, if you're looking for something like this is this penny stock explosion. And I've sorted it on the position in the day's range. What I should also add here, I did this one years and years and years ago. Let's put a relative volume of 3. Okay, so now we've got a relative volume of 3. I should add it as a column also. But I should also have the change from the open instead of the change from the close. So let me just, again, I must have done this 10 years ago, maybe. I don't know. Okay, and now let me shrink some of this down so it's not as intrusive. Come on. All right, here it is, Lofi. Of course, you can change it different price ranges and things like that. But well, my goodness, Box D is going to give me a lot more than I thought. And Steve is just telling me it is him today. So Steve will be in our YouTube room at noon. Again, Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. So you can ask him. Well, he doesn't have to be trade of the week stuff, but how he comes up with them, etc. But he's way more of a swing trader than I am. I mean, I'm basically not a swing trader, so Abdullah, what do you mean by that? Where to find it? I put the link in. If that's what you mean, you're talking about that penny stock scan. Yeah, I put the link in. So where you just said where you find it. So above where you are and below your post. That's the link for it. Okay, the cloud link for it. What's this market doing? So the market, the pop, the drop, and now it's sort of drifting. But look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. Very, very. I mean, arguably my best play of the day in terms of this box D, just in terms of, come on, just in terms of how kind of orderly it's been without giant candles left and right. I mean, this could be it, right? For the PBTS. I mean, you're starting to get these topping tails. I mean, you've got to figure that I mean, whoever bought down here, I mean, I can't imagine they've held through all of this. They're taking some profit along the way. But people who bought here and bought here and bought here. I mean, but I mean, it is still basing. To me, that's amazing that it's basing like this after a move like this. Okay, Casa, you mentioned TANH. TANH. Yeah. I wonder why it's not showing up here. Could there be a reason? My guess is going to be in this thing we call the server. Yeah, which I hate. So I'm going to see what happens here. There it is. So if you took this one, you might want to change it. Right click, configure, and then click on sort and change it from the volume 5 minute percent, change it to price. Okay. Don't ask me why. Just do it. Okay. Because I don't like that server sort at all. So I find if I just keep it on price, it's going to give me, I'm not going to wonder, well, how come I didn't get TANH? Meanwhile, this PHX testing 5 again. Wow, look at the room it's gone. If it take out, let me back this monthly chart out. And what do we see over here? 543. Yeah, so I mean, the next high in the monthly chart is around 543. You don't see anything on the daily. If I expand out the weekly, yeah, so that looks like around that week. So looks like 543 is the kind of the next area that it could stall at if it's going to stall. Yeah, here's the CRDF. I know somebody was, maybe Zach was mentioning it. There's a red bar ignored, and what can it do? And look at the float. Not a low float, not crazy low. It's 40 million. Not a crazy low float situation, but it is just ripping. Is there news? Of course not. No news for CRDF. Is it a China stock? It is not a China stock. Trading 9 times normal. Ooh, shorts were available here for the ZYNE. Don't know if anybody took that short. All right, PBTS. It may be over. No shorts available for me. No, 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 maybe not. I looked at that bottoming tail. It was at $1.10. This is this is highly unusual trading action, in my opinion, for PBTS. I mean, there's an argument that can be made that if it, with this base, I mean, if volume comes in and it pops, there's still a trade to be made. Let me just back this weekly chart out and see what we see. So 122 is there, and 148 is the next high. As crazy as it seems. Hey guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. I mean, this is not over. It's unbelievable. This is maybe not over. PBTS. I mean, every time it has this little drop, the buyers step in. I mean, this is a tremendous base now for which, if it wants to, and the volume keeps and the volume comes in, even in your MFI, Zach, it is not over. It is not overbought. As crazy as it seems. Now over here it was. But that didn't drop it at all. I can't tell if that was, it looked like it was about 80. All right, that's it, guys. I'm going to turn into a penny stalker. I'm just going to follow my penny stock explosion. What's amazing to me, I'm seeing some of these names that, we used to see, when they were, $6 stocks, ACRX, 23 cents now. Wow. All right, keep an eye on the CRDF, and if it regains, because what room did it have? I mean, it's got some room to the 277 level on that weekly chart. Okay. Now, and there goes, guys. I mean, there goes PBTS. I mean, quite unbelievable. I can't take it. I'm going to be on my break. There's no way I can take this while I'm on my break because I want to take a true break. The box D is a different story. You know, and of course it was halted. Just got halted. Oh, yeah, I see what you're talking. Why you're talking about that one, perfect circle. Yeah, so that is showing up in FRGE, showing up in Zach's bounce scan, but big but the first alert was at 1040 and now it's at 962. So this is not really. This is obviously not really bounced. I mean, well, it's bouncing now, but for how long? I mean, that's it. These are the ones that get very, very tricky, in my opinion. Yeah, so Lofi, go into, if you right click on it, okay, right click on it and click on configure and then go to sort and change that sort. It'll be on the volume 5 minute percent. Change it to price. Don't ask me. Just okay, just do it. And when I say it like that, I mean the server sort is something I've never been in favor of, but change it to price and then say okay and make sure you save that, okay? Then you will see you won't be mystified, I don't think anyway. Well, looking at something and saying, well, why didn't I see this one on that scan? The other thing is how many record? Yeah, so I've got 100 in here. I think 100 should be enough. Okay. Okay, so again, right click, configure, sort, and then change it from volume 5 minute percent, highlight price, and then say okay, and make sure you save it. Make sure you save your work. The server sort is supposed to work kind of like this. Okay, say you sort on volume. Let's say there were two stocks that were, up exactly 4%. Well, what would the system do? Like, how would the system know which one to put in what, like, which one on top or below? So it then looks at sort of a tiebreaker. So it looks at volume, okay, as an example. That's kind of how the server sort works, but I think it disrupts too much. There's too many times where people say, well, why am I not seeing this stock? And it's all because of the server sort. So I keep it on price the whole time now. And usually I will never not see something that I think I should have seen. Oh, the PBTS. Well, last time it was halted, there was no real clue, but let's take a look this time. Oops. Yeah. Well, if anything, I mean, slightly lower, but not really. No real clue. It's 133, 133. The halt's at 134. It's interesting that the last time it was halted was around 120, and it really didn't move that much. The filter for volume, I think it's 400,000 shares. You mean my minimum? I think it's 400,000 shares. Yeah, 400,000 shares. I mean, so you probably don't have it then because, to check anything, just right click, configure, and summary. It's going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. Halt, unhalt. PPTS still hanging in there. I mean, a little bit of a downturn, but not a huge one. All right, guys, I am just waiting for Steve to show up. So what I'm going to do is put my announcement in on a break. Back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. And PBTS has no stop in it yet. And there he is, Mr. Gomez. I hear a little ping, so that means you must be there.
I'm not hearing you on my screen. Hang on.
You're not?
Oh, I know why. Hang on. I know why.
Why?
Dang
Can you hear me
configurations.
now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me
Yep,
now?
you're in my headphones now. I got to change things around. How's it going, Barry?
Well, great. I know you're not going to talk about PBTS, but the remarkable thing for me, if you bring that up on a chart for the PBTS, okay?
Hmm.
Now, the remarkable thing for me is that, yes, okay, it started at 38 cents. It got halted a couple of times at 120. It just came out of a halt, I think, at 130. But if you check it on a 5 minute chart,
Hmm.
okay, and start at 11:15 and go to 11:45, that's 30 minutes. Look at the action there. You would have thought that at some point a stock that's going from 34 cents would finally have a whole ton of profit taking.
Hmm.
And yet it was behaving, no, we're just going to base here for a while and pop off that base. And
That base was basically the 200-day moving average too, I believe, on the daily chart.
I have it at 70 cents.
What was the level you were talking about?
So at a dollar, is around a dollar
Oh,
14, a dollar
okay,
20.
dollar. Right, I see. Yes, this last consolidation move. Yep, yep.
Yeah, but to
Just
me,
missed.
that's amazing that
Yeah,
there's been no profit taking really to speak of. A
and
stock that's come from 34 cents up to a 141 and no profit taking.
not only that, I put a 5-minute chart on here, like you said, and that 10 SMA works pretty darn well on the 5-minute chart there. You
Yeah,
can see.
yeah, I've got you're right.
So that
Yeah.
consolidation was held up by the 10 SMA and then forced higher.
Hmm.
Short float. No, not bad. Yeah,
And it's
interesting.
not a crazy low float. I mean, it's 56 million, so it's not like it's a 2 million float. And there's no news also. There's just no
But
news.
it's up 267%.
Exactly.
Crazy.
At 156 million shares. So I mean, it's going to be trading the float probably 4 or 5 times today by the time the day ends.
Well,
So
yeah, like I said, that's not my game, but good on you for finding that one and making your day.
well, the room found it. I didn't find it, and I'm not in it either. I just it was just amazing to me. I kept
I would
waiting
have been
for a
out.
pullback.
I would have been out so soon.
Yeah, no kidding.
I would have been out at that 200-day moving average at 70 cents
Exactly.
because I always
Okay,
I
Steve,
always
I'll let
line
you
up the daily.
go.
Yep,
I'll
sounds
let
good,
you
Barry.
go. I'm gonna do my video now and get a little workout in. So just give me a moment. You are now
Yep,
sharing your
I'm all
screen.
good.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay. I'll probably pop in about 5 to 1. Maybe we'll have a little chat before you take
Okay,
off.
sounds good.
Okay.
See ya. How did I get muted? That's crazy. Barry heard me. I must have just hit it by mistake. Sorry about that. Let me just make sure you. There we go. All right. Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. Settling in here. Um, Today, it's not been a great day for me swing trading. A couple of positions are really hurting me. Not hurting me, but just bugging me. I'm in this TGB. It was a copper play, and I was trying to get a nice bounce off that consolidation there. But now we're trading below the 20, and so this thing is on watch mode. If TGB doesn't bounce up and close above the 20, I will be selling it very soon before the close. Another one that's got me flustered is GoGo. I had a short squeeze attempt in this one because the short float is, as you can see, 38% of 48 million. So we had a big push on this day. I thought we were going to new highs yesterday, and then it absolutely reversed all the way down. These short float, low floats, they can be mercilessness, and just hoping for a bounce. So again, I'm a swing trader. I try not to get out of things midday. I want to see how the candle is going to close at the end of the day and how it lines up to all the moving averages. And we can see here in this go-go that it's attempting to try and do something. Maybe this is the beginnings of a wick that came down and so fake the breakout up here, come down and slam into the 20 SMA. This is the kind of action that we're with right now, especially with these small caps or the small lower floats. So bottom line, I'm not going to make a decision right now. I'm going to wait until this thing closes. And if I have a nice big bottoming tail and get back up above that blue line on the 50, well, then I'm going to say, okay, that was no fun, but I'm going to sit through that and I'm going to see if this thing can get back on track for a possible short squeeze. Last time this happened to me was VTNR. VTNR had 35% short the float of 45 million, and I was in right there. I got in right there, was expecting to bounce off that moving average, held on, and then this reversal wick said, nope, got me out. Very next day, decided to squeeze. So these things are nasty when you try and catch a short squeezer like that. How did I find GoGo? That's a great question. So let's do this. GoGo right now has a stock composite rating of 57. So what does that mean? It means that the score is not that great. If this was a student, he'd be failing the class. He'd be a D student. All right, so keep that in mind. That's our composite rating. Every single stock on here has a composite rating. I mean, I could type in, for example, let's see, how's Tesla's rating? Tesla is also a 57. How about that? How is Google? 65. So there's not a lot of good scores. Back in the day, things were 80, 90, and that meant that it was a very strong technical chart, daily chart based on 9 or 10 different data points. It's above this moving average. It's above that, and then some fundamental stuff like cash and dividends and ratios. So let's go back to your question. How did you find GoGo? So this is my A table, and right now the A table is configured to only allow things in that are 75 score or higher. Well, what if I put in 65 here real quick? Let's do 64. Trying to make a point here because I found GoGo on this scan. Oh, it's going to take 30 seconds to update. Let's let it update. So this is a scan. Who asked that question? Laser. This is a scan that tries to exploit the short squeeze. Look, here's VTNR. That's the example I just gave you guys how I was buying it back here and got shaken out, and then it blasted. So Arch Coal is another big short squeeze. It hasn't really done much, but you know what? This thing could come back to life. So just waiting here for GoGo to pop in because that's where I found it, and it's at the top of this list. Let's see if I can get that to refresh a little quicker. Of course, I would share the scan with you. Oh, that's why I can't see it because GoGo was a 57. Okay, let's just illustrate this here perfectly so we can see. I forgot. 55 minimum. I'll take anything that has a high short float no matter how good the score is basically what I just told this scan to do. Whereas before, the scan was designed to find strong stocks with big scores moving higher, but also had a short float. Those are the most likely candidates for a short squeeze. And I like to anticipate short squeezes. Let's take a look at what WEBR here is. Okay, this is trending lower, below its 50. The shorts are winning. Okay, there's probably no reason for this thing to just explode because it's a horrible chart with a 58 score. Well, GoGo the other day had a score of 75 or higher, right back in this area. And that quickly, the score can just drop. It broke this moving average. It broke that moving average. It's probably down way too much. So the score went lower. So to answer your question, Landry, this is how I found it. But as I said, if I lower the score minimum threshold on here, you still get a bunch of junk like Weber. And now GoGo is kind of junk, but it's finding support and I'm going to give it a chance. But there's my stop. You can see my stop. I'll lose $300 if it hits that stop. So I'm going to peel this thing back up to something that is more desirable, which is a 75 score. And now when we look at these charts, there's not that many, but look, they're above their 50-day moving average. They're moving higher. These are the ones you want to be interested in. VTNR could continue to squeeze, even though it got me. So great question. I'm happy to share this scan for whoever wants it. Notice that what we're watching today is empty. We don't see any value today. I'm like I said, I'm underwater today on some of my swing trades. There's just nothing working. And again, what we're watching, the real-time symbol drop list here, it's long only for now. I mean, we could go to shorts at some point, but for right now, we're just kind of staying long only and trying to keep it simple. But there's not a lot of safe havens out there. I mean, the only thing green today are home builders. All right. And I'm definitely not bullish on home builders. If you've seen the mortgage applications decline, I mean, this thing can barely hang above its 50-day moving average, but that's what's strong today. And then commodities. Okay. Yeah. No brainer. Commodities are strong. But everything else, we start to go down here. Semis, red, gold, red, technology, red, retail, healthcare. Everything's red today, with the SPY only down a half a point. But here's what I'm watching. I'm starting to, let me just kind of shift into what I've done. Some of you might have, I can't remember who I told, but the IWM to me was running out of steam. I noticed that it was coming up on its declining 50-day moving average a lot faster than the Qs and the SPYs. They've got some room. They've got some headroom there on that 50, but that is looming hard. So I'm looking for a Q in the bigger picture as to what's going to happen when this 50 and the price action meets. Well, look at the price today. It should be holding this 10 SMA. If it's going to bounce up and hold sideways and want to bounce higher and test that 50 and prove that it's not maybe just a dead cat bounce, well, it should be doing it. But right now, we have bleeding. And if we closed right here or even low on lows, that's a horrible close technically because this 10 SMA really needed to hold. And if it doesn't, well, then this 20 SMA is coming into play tomorrow. But tomorrow, we have CPI coming out. And you know what? The White House has already been floating trial balloons of how bad the numbers are going to be. Markets are usually ahead of that kind of stuff, but maybe that's some of the weakness we're seeing today. And it's also unusual. The CPI numbers, I believe, usually come out on a Wednesday or Thursday, but for some reason they pushed it to Friday. Maybe that's what they did with bad news. So I've got kind of a sinking feeling I might be getting out of some of my longs this evening. But what I'm going to get back to was my IWM short. Okay, so I looked at those 50-day moving averages, the Russell 2000. These are small cap stocks. Small cap stocks, I've got a few, they're getting decimated. But in another account, I'm hedged because I went ahead and short sold IWM by way of the TZA. And I did it because it slammed into this 50 and got rejected. So I bought some TZA yesterday. And let's look at it. So bought some yesterday. Where did I buy it? Kind of down here on this pullback. So I'm in the money on TZA, but I'm going to be watching. And I don't think I'm going to get out of this one. I think it's going to be a good hedge going into tomorrow with some CPI inflationary scary numbers. We shall see. But in the meantime, the Qs and the NAS and the SPYs are both threatening now to get weak and maybe even close later today below this 10 SMA. When in fact, in my opinion, the 10 SMA should have held. If we got any strength behind this, that should have held and we should have at least come up and tested. This market may be so weak that it doesn't even want to look at testing the 50-day SMA. SPY is even closer to it. And Yeah, we're all close to lows. Anyway, so I'm long some TZA, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to add to it today. If we close weak, if we close on lows, I'm going to add to this and pray for a bad reaction to CPI numbers tomorrow. That's just my anticipation play. All right, we got some questions here. I got going on a tangent, but that's good. So hopefully, okay, let me share that scan for laser. You asked about this, how I found that go-go chart. All right, it's called the A table. And there you go. I've taken a flyer. Oh, yeah, DWAC. Okay, so I was in DWAC, but I got out. I got out a few days ago because you know what? I just can't stand the fact that it did not follow through on this day. This day, this day. Look at it's like a fishbone here. There's a marked attempt to show people in the footprints in the sand that they are not going to let this thing close on highs. It's continue. And matter of fact, this is why I pay such close attention to moving averages on the daily chart. Look at all these attempts to try and close above that 10-day SMA, which is right here. It's having none of it. Well, that pretty much tells me this thing is not interesting. It's stay away. There's some crazy ass forces in there. It's still a SPAC. Bad news could drop at any time on a SPAC merger. And now when I see this declining 50-day moving average coming in, it scares the hell out of me. So I'm not in this. I was back here. Why? Because you know what? That looked pretty good. Move up sideways, hold. Hey, the next day or two, maybe I'll get a big push up to the 50. Nope, I didn't get it. And I'm tired of this thing. Get me out. This thing just doesn't want to go anywhere. So I'm not bullish on DWAC at the moment. So yeah, hopefully that helps you. A perfect circle, and there it goes to lows. Somebody probably just sold it from my comment. Just kidding. DBGI, turtle head. DBGI, sticking its head out. Okay, on the daily chart, yeah, little turtle head there, trying to stick its head out. Volume definitely coming in. There's probably news. That's good. Um, oh, this is small cap. Yeah, 18 cents, 19 cents. Digital brands. I don't really know about them. Apparel. But when stocks are this low for a reason, there's something wrong. But there's nothing wrong with looking at this volume right here and trying to play it. Now look at the daily perspective, intraday. There's my SMA, the 10 SMA on the 15. So it's holding up. But you can stay in this thing as a day trader, maybe if you wanted. But once it falls back below and breaks that 10 SMA, it's no longer interesting. But at the end of the day here, I'll tell you what, if you're in it and it closes on highs and it closes above this 20 SMA and it doesn't get rejected like it's trying to do, and you're in it, I would take that trade home and hope for some follow through the next day. You might have been the early bird and you can get some follow through into the next day. Oh, I'm not in that PBTS. No, that's not my bag. I'm not usually looking for things like that. How up to date is that short interest? It's a good question. Short interest is quoted twice a month. It comes from our data provider. And there's really, you might see some services out there that try to anticipate through an algorithm based on the daily change of the, I can't even know how they try and approach it. But the official number only comes out twice a month. And it's official and it comes out twice a month because it's a survey, kind of like the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. Fart. Probably gonna have to sell this thing. Um, and so it takes a while to compile that data. And so we only get it twice a month. And even then, it's still kind of a haphazard, rounded, trust your numbers kind of a survey from all the brokers. And what they're doing is they're saying, we have lent out these many shares in XYZ. We have lent out this. And they try to compile that number through all the brokers to see how many players are holding short positions based on broker data. So that's the best we can do, and that's what we use. And as I said, I think there's some algorithms out there that try and use short float and daily volume and things to try and estimate where the next official drop will be. But this short float right here, 0.94, is the official latest from the brokerages as supplied to us by our data provider. DBVT for Mike. DBVT. Hey, go pause go. A really nice move off that high doji. This is why, when you see a surprise day break out on volume, you want to maybe hold on to see what's out there for the second day follow through. So this is looking like a Holly trade, obviously. DBVT, it's a short as Holly looks at it, and it's certainly got stopped out early as a short. I'm assuming, Mike, you're looking at it for 241. Set a price alert, possibly maybe under accumulation. You set a price alert for 241. Oh, I see. If you want to play momentum. Yeah, I mean, that's the game that a lot of day traders and scalpers try to play is momentum. We're up 28% running into the. It's hard from. Let me just say this: it's hard for momentum to work in the second third of the day, second half of the day. The first 3 hours of the day are really where you get your big moves, and then the profit taking and the nonsense and the noise starts. So buying a breakout at the end of day, it could be tricky. What you could do is you could just buy an anticipation here, and then you have an anticipation head start on it. But the minute it breaks this rising 10 SMA here, even though it did it before, it regained it, it could do it again. I would use that as a guide. All right. French company too. Interesting. Biological product, diagnostic. It's also biotech. No, it's chemical manufacturing. It's biopharmacy. Yeah, biopharmaceutical. Those are tough to swing trade for sure, but there's definitely something going on over there. You just got to try and read the tea leaves. Hello, Sam. Yes, I haven't seen your name in a while. Hope you're well. Yeah, so the scan is going to be the same thing as our data. So that scan laser is only going to update twice a month. But some of the other things you can look at are short growth. Is it a negative number? Is it a positive number? Go is coming down. Okay, so the short growth is not going up; it's trending in the right direction down. That's another data point you could look at. Hopefully, this thing doesn't stop me out. Fishbone, yeah, that's an old one. When you see all those wicks on a chart, I just tell Annie that looks like a fishbone to me. I'm not touching that. Every single day, they disappoint the people who want follow through to close on highs. There's something wrong with it when it does that. Oh, I'm so glad I did not open that on my main screen. Okay, let's put that back. Low price, low floats. Got TANH. All right, so interesting. Look at how the 50-day moving average, I was talking about that on all these stocks and all these indexes and how it comes into play. It blasted through it, and now it's kind of being held down here underneath the 50. Broke the 10 in the midday, busted out, broke it again. Now it's just kind of languishing as the 10 curls over. This thing might be done, but I don't know. These little guys, these low float small caps blasting off on volume, they can do anything, and it's just hard for me in my 25 years to try and get a handle on it and gauge it. I just stick to what I know, and this is much more Barry's wheelhouse. These quick runners. Yeah, just be aware of that 50-day moving average. I think your goal today is to try and get this thing back above the daily 50-day moving average and get a close above it. But you can see why I call them levels of interest. It's where the sellers miraculously show up and try and defend. So it's like it's like us buying on the 50-day support, trying to hold the support. Hello, Rebecca. Scared? Oh, yes, you shared a scan called Slam into the 130 flipped. I was wondering if you could go over that with me again. That the alerts have been so. This is the one that would be flipped right here. So let's take a look at a couple things here. And this is probably, when is this? Is this history? Is this real time? Okay. Oh, I'm on a 5-minute chart. Gosh dang it. Barry, forgot to change my chart back. Makes much more sense now. All right. TCOM, slamming down. Look at the blue arrow, saying, kind of like I was just saying, levels of interest, right? This is a level of interest. This is a level the buyers might try to defend. So we should think about joining them at the bid. And it's a much better price than chasing new highs yesterday. It's a level of interest. Does it mean it's going to hold definitively? No, but it's definitely got some. It's got some experience behind it, as far as I'm concerned. And you can see there, right on cue, it's trying. But what's happening is it's going to get pinched here. It's going to get pinched right there. So if this thing were to hold and then break above that, you might have a nice day trade scalp to the upside. Maybe you could scalp it up to 24. Let's take a look at what else is on here. MCHI came. All right, MCHI pulled back hard, slammed into the 130, but it's time to consider contrarianly buying this in a contrary fashion. And the nice thing about these is you have an easy out if you're wrong. You don't have an easy out when you're wrong and you chase something, because it starts to collapse on you. But when it's already collapsed and it's falling into a level of interest, if you bought it here at 53.52 and it went back to lows at 53.40, okay, you lost 20 cents. But if it bounces up hard and comes back up near highs, you got $1 on the table. So risk reward, that's what I like about this. What else is on here? FXI, same kind of a thing. It shot through it a little bit, overran it, but it's trying to fight. It's a level of interest is all it is. Win Hotels, broke it, tried to come up, went back to lows. That would have been one that I probably would have given up on if I had taken that one. Now we're getting to the early part of the day where they have the nasty jam downs. Look at that. You tell me algorithms don't look at these moving averages. They do. I'm convinced of it. It's part of their critical inputs and target levels and reversals. And so you had to be quick probably to catch this one, but bang, look at that. Perfectly bouncing right off of that. So, I mean, if you haven't seen, look at that, ESTA, boop, right off of 150. So this is the, John, my name is Steve Gomez. This is a great scan. Let's back test this scan here just real quick. Let's see how it's doing. I'll just start off with a timed exit. We're going to do time of day, end of day, end of day. Risk management, same, advanced, same. Let's just see what happens if we were to buy these things when they pop up. How about that? Not bad. There's probably some optimization that could be done. Those are the price levels, the time of day. Most of the trades are occurring. Let's do this. So if we ran this in the time of day, look at how this, I was just talking about this too. At the end of the day, things start to get a little sloppier, and this is my time zone. So what if we ran this again, but we stopped it at 9:59 my time? So it gives us a 2-hour window of this particular strategy. This is called optimizing by the time of day. And I guarantee you we're going to see better results than we just saw over here. All right. Oh, I guaranteed wrong, but it's about the same. So, excuse me. Either way, this scan can work. So I'm going to go ahead and share it for anybody who wants it after I've shown you kind of the logic behind it. There's one more thing. The market has to be down on these days. So look, filter, new low. Where's my S&P filter? I thought I had an S&P filter. I guess I took it out, probably because there was better stuff with it. All right, so I'll share it. We'll call this one by the 130. The 130, by the way, is a 5-day moving average, but it's using 130 15-minute candles. So you're able to view it on a 15-minute chart. Look at that. Bang, bang, touched it perfectly. So that was for Rebecca. I was wondering if I understand that correctly, the scan that you did. So that's the buying one. The selling one here, Rebecca's got nothing because the selling one is a little different. This one does have a filter for S&P. S&P change today has to be up 1.4%. That's pretty gnarly. That's pretty big. So we don't necessarily see a lot of those. This window is usually empty. But it made me think, well, if it works on the upside, now that the market's changed, it must work on the downside. So I took it and I hit the flip button right there, flip, and it flips everything upside down. That was the genesis and the basic starting point of the one that we just shared, where we're buying off the 130 instead of short selling off the 130. So hopefully that's cleared it up, Rebecca. Thoughts on WWE? Why do I have no data on this? It's really weird. I have thoughts if I could see more of our, we have a logo for it, but we don't have any singles. There it comes. Okay. Of course, it was stuck on the old one. I knew that was wrestling. Um, Showing some life here. I mean, on the daily chart, this is a strong. What's the score? Look at the score, 85. This is a B plus student. If you don't have a stock composite rating on your single stock window, put one in, and you can quickly see what the score system says about this chart. Well, this chart is boom up, sideways, and now it's holding and trying to hold and bounce off of this 10-day moving average. Looks strong, especially in the backdrop that we're in right now. Doesn't look bad at all. My Twitter account, yes, my Twitter account. If you can put up with some of the other stuff I post, you're welcome to it. TI Steve G. That's my Twitter handle. My go-to setup, well, again, I like to be contrarian, so I like to buy. I don't like to buy breakouts usually. I like to buy things that are strong on the daily chart, but pull back. You know, if I had seen this WWE, this is the kind of setup I would like. See a very strong chart in a very weak market. On that day right there, I looked at that. If I was looking to go long for something on that day, I might have been interested in that. You know, let's just zoom back and see what it looks like. Okay, look at that. If I saw that, I'd be like, wow, this thing, I might want to buy this thing at the close because this thing could bounce hard off it. Once it's tested, again, the algorithms touch that critical input of the 10-day moving average. It's very important for them to touch it. So it's like a waypoint. They got their target. Now they can change things up. Um, the next day I would have been like, well, okay, it didn't bounce. I'll hold on to it here. But then today I would be like, oh, I'm going to stay in this thing. This thing's got some fight in it. So what is my go-to setup? It's a hard one. I won't chase stocks. Um, I won't I won't buy a falling knife, but I will buy things that have pulled back a few days and are making sense at a good average. Bought some Mind Med yesterday, but I bought it off the 50-day moving average, knowing that if I'm wrong, not I'm wrong, but if I'm early, that I still have this 20-day here. So this is kind of my buy zone right there. I saw this thing back here and I said, wow, this thing's coming to life. I'm familiar with the stock. I might want to invest in it and be in it. But hell no, I'm not going to be the guy chasing 6 green bars in a row because you're just asking for this. So I wait. I put it on my watch list. I stock it. I set price alerts. And then you buy it. So yesterday, a price alert I had set went off right there. Price alert went off. I'm like, oh, God dang, I forgot all about this. Yeah, I'd like to buy this pullback. So I bought some of that. So there's really no one go-to setup. Just be contrarian. That's what I would say. Just be contrarian. Let's see. Any thoughts on drip? If oil takes a couple days break, this drip. This is the oil and gas bear. Okay, so you know, I wonder what its opposite is. You know, U.S. oil looks a little tired. Oil service sector got tired yesterday, but look where it bounced today. Here's a good example. 2 time frames. It bounced on the 10-day, so it's got my attention of maybe it's going to hold this trend. But then you shift over to the intraday. Oh, look, the 130 is playing havoc with it intraday. The level of interest. Sellers are showing up here at the 130. And guys, if you're new and you're seeing the value of this 15-minute chart and the 130, I'm going to share it with you so you don't have to configure it yourself. I'll just share my chart. Cloud link will work. How did I learn to trade? What a great question. Well, started part-time back in 1995, trading a $5,000 commodities account at Lind Waldock in Chicago. I could trade cattle, beef, sugar, cocoa, T-bonds, anything that was traded in those pits over there in Chicago, I had an account. And so that was my learning account. And I read some books and I made a lot of mistakes, but that really wasn't the beginning. That was part-time. The beginning was when, a company was sold and I started day trading along with Brad here, who was in the same company with me. And Brad's also the uh, one of the executives here. And we answered an ad in the paper from Dan, who's the CEO here. Learn to trade direct access. Well, all these times I was trading, I was going through a broker. I have to call the broker executes my trade. So, well, if you wanted to execute your own trades, you had to move to New York or Chicago and stand in a pit for 7 hours screaming. And there's no way in hell I was going to do that, but I wanted to be involved in the market process. So in 98, we went full time, and it was called direct access trading. It had never been seen before, where you could literally bypass the broker. They gave you access to the market, but you are selecting your own trade. You are entering and creating your own trades. The broker's not pushing buttons for you. You pushing your own buttons. You can jump in and buy at the bid at $50.25, and you could sell at the offer at $50.75. Make a half a point. It was really, really fun. Then everything changed 10 years later, and it got hard. So what I want to say to you is that was my journey. And I'll tell you, in 98, my first 6 months were brutal. I thought, what have I done? I can't make any money at this. I thought I could do this. And so it's trial and error. What teaches you how to trade is what works and what doesn't work. Pain will teach you trading. So the idea is to understand when you're new at trading, don't come in fifth gear. You've got to go in first gear. And if you're not even paper trading first, you should do that. You've got to get a feel for the action, the jump rope, the time of day, and make those mistakes on the practice range. If you're a golfer, you don't just head to the first tee like John Daly, even though he does, and drinks a beer and cracks a lung dart. But most good golfers spend time on the range because they don't want to make the mistakes on their scorecard. That's the same with trading. So if you're brand new, you've got to be using this simulated trading. It's just very important. And then you've got to start learning from your mistakes. You've got to learn what time frame you want to play in. Barry and I are complete opposites. I'm a slow take home risk home overnight player. Barry is like, what's in play today? I want to buy the high and scalp it and buy it back. That's just not my game, but it works for him. What I do works for me. So you've got to find out what your tolerance, risk tolerance, time that you can devote. If you have a second job, there's no way you can be a scalper. You probably have to be a swing trader if you have a second duty to attend to. So it's all about trial and error, but 6 to 9 months is probably the usual time frame learning curve for any new trader to get over. And in that time, you're learning your time frame. You're learning the indicators you want to use. You're learning the strategy. You make mistakes and you say, I'm never going to do that again. I'm going to learn from that mistake. You probably should be journaling. I don't journal. I just kind of did it in my head, but I understood what I was doing. So there's no one right answer to how did you learn to trade. That's my story, but everybody goes through the same adventure, and that is going to be the first 6 to 9 months are going to be brutal. So you should be doing very small size, making mistakes very cheaply, and developing something that works for you. None of us do it the same way around here. Michael is completely data centric. Andy and I trade by feel on the daily chart. Barry is news driven and earnings driven and scalps. So there's all different ways. All right. Let's see. I got to back up here a little bit. Rebecca. Okay, the one you shared with me did not have the S&P filter. Maybe I saved it. You know what? It depends. I make changes over here sometimes. If the S&P filter was too strong and it wasn't giving me enough symbols, I either dialed it back or maybe even took it out altogether, even though it might have back tested well for this one. This is the short sell one. Having the S&Ps up 1.4% on the day, running into the 130 was a good way to fade. Again, a contrarian entry. You're not chasing a short sell, you're fading a short sell. That's empty because it's not working. This one is just a little different. I mean, I flipped it, but the S&P filter did not allow anything to come in at all. So I noticed the more that I loosened it up, the more good calls I was getting. So I think I basically just took it out altogether. It's nothing that you did wrong, Rebecca. It's just me goofing around. All right, let's try and catch up here. Yeah, I love Art Cash, and he's the best. He's one of the few people I would actually sit and listen to on CNBC. Everybody else on that, and Joe Kernan. Bob Pisani's a clown. He used to be a realtor, but now he walks around the floor and trying to tell things that have already happened. Kramer, I don't even get me started on that guy. XOM, Mike's asking about. Tired, but it's above all its averages, fanned out. This is a wonderful chart. Look at how the moving averages are all fanned out perfectly. When the price gets too far ahead of itself, it has a reversion to the mean, just wants to come back. So I would be expecting some consolidation here in XOM. Not scalping it. Barry, stop eavesdropping. Sorry if my terminology was wrong. The turtle. Oh, looks like I caught up here finally. Can you share the original slam into the 130, the one you shared with? Yeah, so this is the original one, but remember, it's got a really goofy filter in here, and it's only because I back tested it that way, but I will share it. And you can play around with that S&P filter, and remember, it's a short sell. It's not go long. Okay, so this is slam into the 130 short. Very hard to get symbols to come through there because I optimized it and it just seemed to work best when the market was rising as a whole and everything was rising up at once, and then they run into that level and they all start to fail. And that one is that's a 3-day hold too. That's a 3-day swing trade hold because you're fading those up moves into the 130. You want to hold on to that as the market rolls back over. Hello, Peter. I see you. Yeah, I couldn't even keep up with the spam bot. Somebody else got it. Somebody else deleted it. All right. Okay, so we shared that original slamming. You got that. Peter, what do I think of MLM? Martin Marietta? Mining and quarrying. Okay, so today, look at GDX, mining, gold mining. The sector is very weak today. So I think it's getting held up by the sector for sure if it's a mining company. What do they mine? Mostly gravel, construction. All right, so what's the story? Well, that's the story, but this chart is still in a downtrend. Lower highs, lower highs. And look at the 50-day moving average, basically kind of guiding this thing lower. But now we're being kind of held by this 20-day. So the price needs to stay in between these two envelopes. It needs to break back above 50, the 50-day SMA, definitely to do something. But I would say, Peter, if this thing closed, rolled back over and closed on lows today, I would not like it. I look at the daily chart for support, and this 20 SMA is the only real support I see here right now, along with this kind of pivot level. So it really needs to hold 340, 334. That's my opinion of MLM, Peter. Bullshit. Kramer doesn't play guitar, does he? If he does, he probably plays like a maniac. Manic. Ah, it's on my shared screen at the bottom. What the hell is that? I see it now. How the hell did that get up there? What in the... Gosh. All right, let me see if I can figure this out. Wow. How the hell did that get there? I'm going to have to ask for help on that. Anybody know how to get rid of that? Open for suggestions on this thing. It's definitely not on my site. And here is the broadcast. I got no way to get rid of it on there. You can't click on it. Let's join. What in the hell? That's crazy. All right, I'll continue on until somebody helps me figure that out. That's a new one.
Hey, Steve, let me try to see if it happens on my screen too, okay?
All right.
Let me, so I'm just going to, yeah. Yeah, I have no idea. So you can go back to your screen. I have no idea. That's the first time. Normally when you get rid of them in the chat area, that has never happened. So I don't know what to do. So I'll let you let you keep running.
I put out a call for help if anybody on our Slack knows how to deal with it. Control Alt Delete. Oh, the Kramer gods got me. This is my drawing tool, David. It's a free tool. Forgot what it's called. Epic Pen. It's called Epic Pen. That's the free version because I'm cheap. Yeah, Control Alt Delete would probably not be a good one, Fernando. I think we'd all lose. Someone at the office pranking me. I don't know how they would do that. Ah, somebody got rid of it. Look at that.
Yeah, Steve, I just sort of messed around.
What'd you do?
Um, I kept clicking on the. You see where it is. See, there's two chats going, right? Well, not two chats, but there's two. You can't
Yeah.
see. I'm going to show you my screen. Is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So here and here. Okay, so I deleted them here, but I noticed that they were still showing up here. So basically, what I
Oh,
did,
yeah.
I clicked on hide, hide, hide.
Yes. So for some reason,
Okay.
the live stream, StreamYard allowed it to come through. That's what it
Hmm.
was. All right.
Okay.
Now we know.
Back to you.
All right.
Back to
I guess I
you.
better add myself back to me. All right. Got another 15 minutes here. Let's see. Let's back up here. Thoughts on MXL? Yeah, here we go. So there's MXL. Yeah, need to hold a close above that 334. And David, you saw that. Cool. Oh, you were trying to help me. Yeah, that wasn't it. Alt delete. Oh, well, thanks for your help, Fernando. I guess we figured it out. It's the revenge of Kramer. Okay. No more hot dates. All right, we're back to caught up here in our questions. Let's check on the market here. Just a lot of back and forth today. I think again tomorrow is going to be a catalyst with the CPI numbers. If I was a bull, I'd want these spies to get back up to highs and close above that 10 SMA because now same thing as that you asked me about that chart MXL. Same thing's happening here. Okay, there's our little backstop of support if we break, but this is a looming. So this is kind of our little wedge right here in the S&P. That's how I'm approaching, trying to figure it out. It wasn't MXL. Okay, let's go back. Thoughts on MXL? Okay, thank you. That wasn't MXL. So this one's holding up. It's trying to battle. It could have given way either way a couple days ago and broken those moving averages, but now it's turning into what I call, a bird in the hand. Basically, it's popped up and it's showing that it wants to take flight and it's support. And when these moving averages start to flatten and curl, then it starts to force the issue a little bit. The only problem is, like so many other charts out there right now, we've got this looming close overhead. And I'm afraid, like, what happens, some of these stocks is like, that's what DWAC looked like, when I talked about that earlier, looked like that back here, right? But then it just kept bleeding and it just kept reversing, reversing, reversing. And now this 50-day moving average coming into play, mark my words, guys, is going to have something to say here about the price action. Probably just a couple days away from these sideways candles before this 50 starts to touch the price action. And that's when the bots will start getting interested for doing something. So yeah, not a bad chart there. Not a bad chart at all. Let's just try and keep it above these moving averages, and we need to make a move quick here, because if you do get a move, that should be the place you sell half. If you participate, that moving average hits, I would sell half. Look at how it came into play back here. I mean, when you start to look at these simple moving averages, chart by chart, more correlations just continue to show up. And people ask me, well, why do you use this moving average? And I say, because that one just seems to have the most correlation. Somebody asked me the other day, well, why do you use a 10 SMA? Why not a 9 EMA? As far as I'm concerned, they're probably a penny difference. So they both work. All right. Let's see. How was that TGB stock doing that was pissing me off? Bounce. That was kind of my mental stop level. I will sell this if it doesn't pop back up above and close above. So this stock will be gone at the end of the day if it does not get back above this 20 SMA. So it really needs to get back up to about 160. But what I've done before, and I've learned my mistakes, it's still midday, and I'm mad because I'm down in it, and I'm like, well, screw it. This thing's pissing me off. I'm just going to punch out of it. Can't tell you how many times I've seen within 5 minutes of me doing that, right back up. And I kick myself and I say, why do you tell yourself you're going to wait till the end of the day to see how the candle closes, and then you panic midday, and it usually is the wrong move. So it's no fun looking at that, but I'm just going to wait and see how the candle closes, and I'll decide. Laser sharp. Okay, it's a good question. How did I decide the support? So I set an alert, a price alert there in blue, and you can see it triggered while we were talking. It came up, and I cursed its name. But this is a level that I just wanted to say, if midday, if it can't hold this and this and this and that and that, you see that? It's a pivot point running right through there. That's how I decided on that. And what I did is I said, look, it's probably going to want to go there and test it. That's what the algorithms do. They just try and shake the trees and see what happens. Then they bounce back into play. So this would be a level I want to watch. Okay, I expected it to bounce off this level, which it has for the moment by 2 cents. But if it rolls back over and starts trading below this again after testing it one time, then I probably would sell it. I'm expecting it to hold this level today and at least bounce. What I'm not going to do is just sit there and watch it roll back over to fresh lows and say, well, I need to wait until the end of the day because that's my rules. No, your rules are broken here because this thing had a chance to bounce right there, and it's trying to, but I need to see it move. If this thing goes to new lows, I will sell this swing trade midday because it had a chance to hold, and if it wants to retest that hold and break it, I'm out. I try as best I can not to do that, but sometimes you just have to, especially when I look at the GDX. This is another mining company. It's a uh, copper miner, but the gold miners and silver miners are getting whacked. I think I just heard that noise in my ear that you always hear, Barry. There we go. That one's starting to bounce. How's that go-go? I actually have a hard stop in this one because again, it tested its 20, right? It tested its 20 right there. And if it's going to roll back over and test it again, I don't want to be in it. Midday, I'm actually getting a break. Look at this. There's my stop. Okay, I let it do this first. Let it shake out on the open first. Then I was looking at this level and I said, okay, this thing wants to go back and break these levels again. It's likely going to go test this level, so there's no point in being in it. But what I'm getting is a bit of a break from the trading gods here, and then I got an actual closing green candle right there above the declining 10. So this thing has been just decimated by the 10 SMA going back to yesterday morning, as you can see. This is our first closing candle midday above that declining. So that tells me there might be hope in this thing. The downside momentum may have broken. All right, so that's how I'm managing that trade. By the way, we need to talk about the trade of the week because it was just horrible garbage. Right, very, very disappointed in this trade. This was the setup going in right there. Okay, above all moving averages, a nice coiling breakout of an energy company, nat gas, been strong. And then it went up and did a horrible thing. It triggered the trade by about 10 cents. That was the trigger. And then it rolled over and just got smashed yesterday. And it broke the 20 today. Actually, I'm sorry. It held that 20 yesterday. Okay. Look at that. I said, oh man, I was so close to selling you. But the trade of the week called for a close below the 20. So this thing came into today on a short thread, short leash. I wasn't going to give it much room. And it just started selling and selling and selling. Now I'm down here in no man's land. I just said, no, I'm not doing it. I'm just going to break my rule again. I just got to feel that midday, I would not regret getting out of this one midday. But so I did it. You know, just proving to you guys that rules are there and they can be broken sometimes. You can find a way to break them. But that's just me, and I know a couple other people that do that. All right, that's how I found the support for the TGB. Yes, so sometimes I have a mental stop, and sometimes I have a hard stop. I have a hard stop in GoGo, as you can see. I'll lose 293 bucks if that triggers. But in TGB, I did not have a hard stop. And I can't tell you why. It was just a feeling. This one's not as volatile as GoGo, but I wasn't going to put a stop in there. And the reason I don't put a hard stop in there is because, as I told you guys, the algorithms they pay to see those orders. Citadel and Virtue. That's why you have free brokerage commissions. That's why you have zero commissions because your broker makes money when you click send on a good till canceled market stop order. They literally just sell you out. And so when Citadel sees 400 people sitting at an obvious level on a chart where everybody's likely to get scared, how do you think they make their money over there trading their in-house accounts? They see the bowling balls, they break them, they knock them all down, and then they buy them back. So they've shaken out the weak hands, and it just creates a tradable scenario for them. So I don't give them my information. So we're back low. So if this thing rolls over, like I said, and goes back to lows again, I will manually sell it. This right here was just a mental alert that, hey, something is happening down here at a level that you want to keep an eye on to manage this trade. So sometimes I'll put it in, and sometimes I won't. And I can't tell you what the difference would be. It's just a feel.
Mr. Gomez.
Yes.
First of all, hello
Hello.
again. Did you want to answer Rev 22? Because I have no idea
Yeah,
for
I was just
regular
going to get in
pivot
that
points
one.
and
So the
Camarilla.
difference,
Okay.
yeah, the difference between pulling back to a moving average and pulling back to certain pivot points, um, they're both solid levels in my opinion. They're definitely both solid levels, and I think they're both levels that the quants that run the market are looking at out there. I put moving averages ahead of pivots, but pivots are a very close second. I'm always looking for them. Matter of fact, that's what somebody just asked me, right? Why did you put that level right there? Well, we broke my moving average, so it's got me on alert. But this pivot level here at 154, I don't want to lose that. And why is it a pivot level? Support, resistance, support, 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 support. That's a pivot line. So now we're returning to that level where there's a battlefield. So I will definitely look at pivot levels too, but I seem to like to put moving averages ahead of pivot levels. I like the shape. Again, going back to the trade of the week, this is the kind of stuff I love to look for right there. Strong stocks above all their moving average. You're right. It's kind of an overdone sector, and I thought maybe this was going to play catch up, but it just never really got there. That's a beautiful look for me. A nice consolidating flag, triangle, whatever you want to call it, above the moving averages. I was expecting that to go. I was not expecting that. But the good news is for the trade of the week people, you got DK last week, and the week before that, you got DINO. So, you know, bad trades or not all trades work, and I'm okay with that.
Mm.
Yeah,
Okay. And,
DK's.
and then he's also asking about regular and Camarilla.
Oh, I don't know the difference of those. I wouldn't even try to
Google
pretend I
it.
did.
Okay.
Yeah, but my
I don't
friend,
mean you, but I mean
no, no.
Rev.
Well, my friend Brian Shannon had a funny link one time. Somebody would ask him simple questions, and he would say, he would reply with a link that said, "Let me get that for you.com," and it was a redirect to
Yeah.
Google.
Funny.
All
I
right.
know. I know Stephanie has built something as a custom formula. I think
Well, that's
people were
true. I think
asking for
that's.
that.
I might have seen. You might want that. Might be worth that. I'll put our email address in here, and I'll have you send an email. And there's an expert here that might know more about that. So info trade-ideas.com. And a support ticket will be created, and likely Stephanie will reply to your request if she has an answer. All right, that's all I got, Barry.
Okay, Steve. And I'm not a scalper.
I meant to ask you that. You are a trader, not a scalper.
I am a trader. I don't go in looking for to make a nickel with a 1 cent stop. Okay,
Okay, so
that to me is a
too
scalper.
that's HFT these days. I think the machines
Yeah,
are mostly scalpers these days.
yeah,
Day
exactly.
traders catch momentum and momentum day trader. My
Okay, thank you
apologies.
very much.
Won't
Thank you
happen
very
again.
much. I
Okay.
don't like that brand.
It won't happen again.
Okay,
And I
okay,
know
Steve, take.
and I
No,
know not to
sorry.
call it I know not to call it a chat room too. So
It's a trading room.
hmm
Exactly,
I'm
exactly.
learning.
We'll see you at 2.
All right. Bye bye.
Okay, bye bye. You were right. Okay, this time you're right. I wonder how that happened because I was talking to Steve and I could not have been on mute. Anyway, okay. Rev, did you hear my explanation about customs? And develop, what I was just saying is that, I mean, is this a big deal? Probably not, but you'll be, in a later version, you're going to be able to have the stock logo instead of cars. Is that a big deal in the racing? But the other one, as I was trying to explain, is that topless windows update every 30 seconds. That is the default. In our premium service, you'll have topless windows that can update. You see how this is changing. I don't know if you can see on the screen. These symbols are now starting to change. And I think the update's going to be every 5 seconds. That'll be part of the premium service. Whether or not that's a big deal or not, I don't know. I don't know. No, not yesterday. You were wrong yesterday. Perfect. People could hear me and you couldn't. Okay, so Rev, don't feel stupid about customs. I mean, first of all, the majority of our customers do not use custom formulas. Okay, that's number one. And all a custom formula is taking our existing data points and just massage and creating formulas out of them. So the Camarilla is just something that was created because I guess we've got, it's all based on the highs and lows, etc. And it was just created and we give it to you and then you just use it like any other filter with a min and a max box and you're way to go. But most people don't use custom formulas. So TV, you could do this, okay? Because that's a good question. The question in our other room, in the main room, is there a scanner or stocks just about to go through the VWAP? So I actually created something, and you can take a look at it. You can adjust it, of course. Let me just see. Hopefully, I still have it. Let me see, VWAP. I had a topless window. I must have got rid of it. Let me just see something here. I can't believe I did that. No. All right. Well, it'd be simple enough to do. Okay. Basically, you just use, if you right click, I'm going to set it up on or show you what to look for, the VWAP. Just do a search on VWAP, okay? And then distance from VWAP. And add the filter. Give me a moment. Okay, so for instance, if you put -1 in the min and +1 in the max, that will show you stocks that are on either side within 1% of the VWAP. So I would be using a top list. Okay, a top list. And then that would be the filter to use. And then after that, you figure out what volumes you're looking for, price range, other things. But this will show you stocks that are close to the VWAP, okay, but not through it. Okay, let me see if I can get rid of. We've got our porn bot going crazy again on our YouTube channel. Okay, so you can try that. That'll show you stocks right around the VWAP. Okay, so did you hear my answer, TV? By the way, guys, this little box D is giving me a nice little trade here. This little box D from that short of at 281. It's not too bad. I mean, it got down, almost took it off here at 254. I'm just going to give it a little more time. Well, for those of you who are able to get the PBTS short, finally down through $1. Unfortunately, those greedy people at Interactive Brokers, those greedy traders, did not relinquish any shorts. Boy, I'm not in this anymore, the DBVT, but this is really nice. The only trade I'm in still, guys, is the short of box D. Box D. I'm just gonna hang on and see what happens. Can't really lose now. I mean, I'm in at 281, so it's at 259 now. Can't really lose. And when I say it like that, I mean the way it's trading, I don't anticipate a big giant green candle roaring through 281 and not allowing me to get out. No, man, DBVT, what a great from my watch list at 203. I was in this twice. So yeah, while I was on my break, I did see the AERC. I did see it really ripping here, thinking maybe it would drag along the AUVI, but so far, no. Yeah, so I don't know what your I don't know what your questions are. Cam is better. Some YouTubers are. I don't know what you're doing there, Develop Bits. This is in our YouTube room. All right, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts right now. Hey, I'm not having a great day. I'm just looking now. There's really only one mildly positive trade. How did that CTV do? I mean, certainly the CTV gave you a good, 263 and it got up to 293. So, if you took this one, you had to have made some money because you couldn't allow it just to do this. I'll be absolutely stunned if this has a bounce back, and that I'm talking about the PBTS. Yeah, NVAC. So the next low looking left, 41.10, 41.10. So that still has a dollar to go to the next low. Looks like that could be support because I'm looking over here, 41.33 and 41.74. So we've got a few areas right down there. Oh man, I'm sick about the DBVT a little bit. You mean just between you and me, Zach? Wow, look at this thing run. Is there news? I mean, of course you can tell me something. Are you talking? You want this to be private? Oh, I see, I see, I see. Okay. Well, I mean, it certainly has room to 274 there on the weekly chart. You just told me, okay. Has the buyout been, is it effective yet? KSS? Yeah, so I mean, it is still, yeah, I mean, this has been in the news for a while, KSS, in terms of a buyout. Franchise is said to line up loan from Apollo. I mean, listen, the allure of taking this right now at 47 because this is, supposedly it's going to be taken over at 60. You always have to you always have to keep in the back though is that this could fall apart. Well, if they got the loan, now as we know, just because they get the loan doesn't mean it's still going to go through. Otherwise, this would be a lot higher. Like Twitter, perchance, exactly. Things can happen. They may be able to get the loan. Okay, they've got their financing in place, etc. Now, Twitter may be an extreme example just because of the people involved, but the buyout price is 60. Yeah, I mean that's what the reports are that it is 60. So yeah, you want to take a gamble and take some shares. I'm not. This is not a recommendation. Well, let's put it this way, Zach. If Elon wanted to take over Kohl's, even if it's retail, my guess is there'd be still a lot of fun and games. Yeah. So the question is, I mean, anything can happen. Somebody asked about Cardiff. I mean, could it do it again? Of course, it could. The thing to do, of course, is always look left. Always look left. You're not going to see anything on a daily chart, so check on a weekly chart. And it's the next high. I mean, it did pop above it briefly, but the next high is 226, and then here, excuse me, is 270. excuse me, is 277. So, I mean, if it can get up to these levels again, I mean, in theory, no, there's no chart resistance until 277. That doesn't mean it's going to get there. That's a lot of monitors, Mookie. How big are your monitors? If I didn't have to keep track of a couple of trading rooms in all, I probably would just have two monitors for me. That's me. Two 32 inch 4K monitors. If I didn't have to keep track of, because that's taking up some screen space. Yeah, I see Credit Suisse just did hit in your bounce scan. Boy, look at this candle. Holy smokes. This is like a penny stock, guys. A big bank. Big bank. Switzerland. Well, that's the. All right, guys, I am just kind of biding my time right now. I'm waiting to see if this box D has any. Which reminds me a little bit of my the trade a couple of days ago, that MCRB that really didn't. Well, this is a little bit different. But right now, might say, well, why would you be in this trade still? It looks boring as heck because you never know. Out of nowhere, look at this. Look at this candle that happened. What if I get another 10 or 15 cent candle downwards? Remember, it's a cheap stock, so 10 or 15 cents down would be a tremendous percentage gain for me, considering I'm in at 281 on the short. So I will just bide my time. No, no, no rush to get out. Yeah, AERC is, as you call it, it is tough. There's a situation where you want to play this one intraday, you better take fewer shares with a wider stop. And then so you can hang on to all these gyrations. All right, guys. Well, not really doing too much right now. Just not too many new alerts. Well, that's what I mean, Poe. I mean, you cannot take too many shares. When I say you, I mean it's to me. It's a very difficult today anyway. We're not the way it is chopping around a little bit here. I mean, those are pretty wide. Let's take a look at the top here, 1182. Down to 1069. I mean, that's the 15-minute chart. I mean, that is a huge difference. So if you were going to get into this one on that break, you'd 1150.46 as an example, you'd probably have to put your stop all the way down here. So not quite a dollar stop. Otherwise, you'll just, a person will just get shaken out all day long on that. Now, I have I don't know for sure, obviously, but AUVI, if the traders start looking at that AERC, I mean, it's hanging in here, but I would not take it unless it takes out this 3 level. I have no idea if it'll get up here, but if it does, there's the 200-day 335. Look what it did. 330. It got right into that 200-day moving average. So I have an alert set. I mean, would I take it over 3? Maybe. And then see how close it can get to the 200 days. So just kind of play it in between the 3 and the 300 and the 335. And then ideally, if somehow it takes out that 200-day moving average, it's still got some room. Because if you look left on the monthly chart, as I pointed out a lot earlier, 375 is the next high looking left. Now, what is not following is EFOI. Well, let's try. Okay, a little bit of a pop for EFOI. And EFOI meaning EFOI. Yeah, there you go. Look at it. Too difficult for me to trade today. The only way I've traded this one in the past, number one, hasn't been so whippy. We've seen to get a little more trend, especially on a late day break of the highs, and getting traders all excited. You wouldn't get all these gyrations or I wasn't seeing that, but just too difficult for me to trade today. Yeah, I mean there it is right there, 4110. We just talked about that. 4110, 4133, getting closer. This is 4174. So it's below that low on the daily. So yeah, this is, I mean, could it take out that 41? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm really not a conspiracy theorist about they, manipulating they, I suppose. Yeah, and again, I just don't. I mean, does it happen? Maybe, probably, but I really haven't seen that it affects me that much. What again? The AERC to me has just been, for me, it's been untradeable. Okay, just for me. I mean, an argument could be made, taking it here at that, the 10 break and riding it up to, yeah, I guess if I've been really watching it, but I don't. It just didn't appeal to me today. Whereas the I mean, that was a nice move just right here. It had the pullback and then it got back up to that level, the 270 level. And that's when I took it. And I'd love to say I got in at 270, sold everything at 329, but of course not. Yeah, I mean, Steve in the YouTube room was talking about that, with Citadel and eight and all, hunting the stops. And question was, how do I remember what stock runs as sympathy to the other? Well, when you're in a trading room, so when AERC started doing its thing, AERC started doing its thing on this day, you know, did I know off the top of my head to look at EFOI or AU AUVI? No, not off the top of my head. But in the trading room, we all started to, well, what could be something similar? And so eventually, I mean, it was just sort of called crowdsourcing as an example. And once, so I mean, now I just know. I mean, I don't know how else to answer that. I just know now that that's those three run. An easier one would be, NIO, NIO. I know that XPEV, NIO, and LI, three China EVs. They usually run together. I know Mara and Riot run together. Bitcoin plays or blockchain crypto plays. As you do this enough, you just start to remember, oh yeah, that one runs with that one. And now, or similar can help, though I just think it has to be really tightened up. I mean, SIGA. SIGA is a good example. So monkeypox. So the first thing that started happening, TNXP. They looked at TNXP, monkeypox. And then on that day, what was it, CMRX or something like that? So, and GOVX, we just sort of got to know as a in the room, in the trading room. And so you just kind of remember. Well, you might be right. I'm not in it, but wow, wouldn't that be awesome if this DV this the DV excuse me the DBVT right into the 200-day moving average. What is it going to do? Right into the 200-day. So I mean, this is a case in which a financing did not hurt them. I mean, they're raising 194 million. That's a lot. I mean that's a lot for a little stock like this, in my opinion. Somebody's got some faith. The Bank of Nova Scotia to play what? Huh, was reading it now. Wow. All right, guys. Let's see. 136. So yeah, it's Thursday already. These weeks are just flying by. All right, guys. Well, I am not really. Well, I'm doing nothing. I am doing nothing right now other than staying in the box D trade, the box D short. Other than that, I am not doing. Look at Siga. I mean, we're at the beginning right here, big pop up, and now just complete fade. Boy, it was shortable too. Shoot. Didn't Zendesk get really hit hard? Was it yesterday or the day before? Yeah, I mean, it got hit yesterday, but wow, another move down. These are the guys. We use Zendesk as a company. I think we use Zendesk. If we don't use it now, we used to. You know, CTV was another one of those SPACs guys that I think, anyway, that got nailed. I think it was X-SPACs. I may be wrong. I mean, that's a massive drop. 24 down to that might have been something else. So you're using the term is you're talking about spoofing and all. See, that's the term I kind of use on the level two. You know, people ask me all the time, do I use level two? And I say no. I mean, do I have time in sales and do I see? Yes, but I don't really look at it. I look at the time in sales, how fast the stock is trading. But level two to me means, why I don't is because, and I call it spoofing. Maybe it's not the correct term, but they can go in and stick in a huge bid, and you might think, oh man, look at that. I guess it's going to go, and then they yank it, or put something on the ask, and then they yank it, and so I just don't even bother. So I don't know if that's exactly the same. That's what I call spoofing, but I don't know if that's technically the same. And that is not to say anybody, I know Zach uses level two, and I think Shady uses level two, maybe for the small ones. I'm not sure. If a person can find a way to use level two and they can make money doing it, great. So if CTV was a spot, but I wonder what happened here. That could have been, I mean, that something else happened here to that CTV. I mean, I hard for me to believe that it went from 25. Well, that's a month. This is a monthly chart, okay. But even so, that is a massive drop. Yeah, Meta, I guess it's now no longer Facebook, is it? I didn't realize that. Little I pay attention to this, but yeah, Meta is no longer Facebook. Wow, look at this. Yeah, look at Meta. Wow. So obviously, I mean, I don't, 363. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the heck is happening here with our charts on this. We're all messed up. All right, guys. So in about 15 minutes, I'll be in a marketing meeting. So again, I am not doing anything other than just keeping an eye on the box D. All right, VIRX is making a little bit of a move here on a red bar ignored. This is showing up in the race here. This is something that, I would never see because it's certainly not making a new high. So it's pulled back and now it's winning this, well, not winning, but it's making a little bit of a move in this race that I see here. And you can see it right there, VIRX. So, I mean, for those of you who play pullbacks, might be interesting because that is a red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart. What a mess this one was. WEJO. Well, guys, for those of you who remember the dot-com days, how a company, all they would have to do is say something like, we are now part of the Microsoft plan or a Microsoft website or the Microsoft store or the Microsoft this, and the stock would go crazy. So these guys tried that today and nobody cared. Nobody cared except for the unfortunate ones who bought way up here at 310. And that's the WEJO. Hopefully nobody in this room. Believe the headset that I mean, the best sound is really from the Sony's, the latest Sony's. I mean, it's awesome yeah, awesome. Problem is trying to wear it for 6, 7 hours a day, even though we start off with Matt needs to do that, but it just gets too much. Also, the summer will get very hot. Probably for comfort, complete comfort, or just the AirPods. Not the pros, but the AirPods. The little stems. They are pretty comfortable. My only complaint is that, I'm down to about 4 hours. It says, they say maybe 5, but I'm down to about 4 hours. That's why you hear me say I gotta change my headset. And it's not a big deal, I've got two of them, so it's not a big deal to put back and forth. But the best, and the comfort factor, the comfort is not a big deal. It's been, believe it or not, the Power Beats, and I guess they're called the Power Beats 3. So they're corded, wireless, they're corded. Yeah, but headsets. Okay, guys, back. Yeah, we're at a headset conversation. All right, guys. Just watching the box D. Don't. Well, I guess we have to look at it, but AERC is sort of setting up. Sort of. You can kind of see if it takes out 1142. Kind of see, that these are the tops of, if you disregard the topping tails, which is just the bodies, kind of. And it's pretty wishy-washy, kind of maybe. Meanwhile, guys, I know there are shorts available for me, not necessarily going to do it, but SIGA, SIGA, is just fading here. Then the next low looking left is 11. I'm sorry. No, it's below that, right? No, 1040, 1040. The next low looking left. After that, 1025. Again, if this takes out 10 in any way, any big way, maybe not today, but tomorrow, this could spell the end of it for a while anyway. All right, view is trying to come back a little. Trying to come back a little. Let's see, a big drop from 272 all the way down to 212. Trying to crawl back a little. And that is view, VIEW. Yeah, clean energy. It's funny, Larry. I have something that comes in. I must have signed up for something a long time ago. I just forget to delete it. And giving me information about clean energy, CLNE, and it's got to be years and years and years ago that I did this. Huh? Interesting blue collar with the WhatsApp. I think there are a lot of companies that are not allowing WhatsApp to be used. WhatsApp. IoT, IoT. Let's take a look at IoT. Well, what can we say about this one? Another IPO that, of course, over like virtually not just IPOs, but most stocks have probably done this, especially if they're in the tech. Hmm. See if there's any news. You don't see any news for it. Not a bad break on the daily, getting rid of all of this today. And the next level is 1262. So, I mean, it's got a dollar. It's got a dollar till it hits the next high. So that's a dollar away till it hits the next high. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. All right, guys, marketing meeting in about 3 minutes. So what I'm going to do is just put my announcement here. It's funny that bot seemed to pick up the fact that I was going to be on mute. And you guys in YouTube know what I'm talking about. Thinking I was going to be leaving. I'm not leaving. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. And what's happening here? So, getting set to cover my box D. Just want to see if it got a little exciting there. Got into the 40s. I just want to see how much more of a push this is going to have. And yeah, I mean, boy, we got some really big topping tails now for the DVVT. Awesome move out. Awesome move from here. 233. Yeah, oh well, gotta tell you, look at AERC, look at it, look what it's trying to do. I've got an alert set up here at this point. I'm gonna see if I want to take this trade. See, the volume is sort of picking up. Oh, it looks like it's just trying to take out that these highs right there of the body of those candles on AERC. All right, guys, again, I'm just kind of watching that AERC. Even EFOI is starting to heat up a little, okay? EFOI took a bit of a hit this morning. Certainly did not do anything in relation to with the AUVI. It's trying to come back a bit. What these guys should do is, come up with a press release tomorrow, no matter what it is. It's just, they're being left behind. MOBQ, I saw you mention that one earlier, Zach. MOBQ. Look at these crazy. Aha. Well, the volume's coming in. I mean, the volume, when you say lack of volume, I mean, oh, I'm looking at the 60-minute. Yeah, the volume is drying up now. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, guys, I've taken most of my box D out, covered it, and just waiting to see if it has any more chance to get underneath that 250 again. So, wow, look at this market. I haven't really been paying attention to the overall market, but man, yeah, we're just another big downturn here. AERC, guys, risky, 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 and choppy, but Wells Fargo, man. So the banks are probably getting hammered. Look at this market. Wow. Look at XLF. Yeah, look at XLF just drifting down. All right, guys, we're getting close to my shutting or getting on mute. The room will be open until 3:30. I've confirmed that Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So before I do shut the main room down, I will put the link in to go to YouTube if you want. Again, just talking a little bit again about my homepage. So just quickly going through it, when you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. So here's the promo code you can use, Barry4 Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started. Take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos, 10 little videos, short videos. Okay, take you about 30 minutes to get through it. Let's get yourself familiarized with what Trade Ideas is all about and what it can do. You can sign up for my daily stock recap here. I do it at noon. You can sign up for the trades of the week. This is free. Trade of the week, not the trades, the trade of the week. Free service sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. All the education is here, including the guides or the guide, the user guide, the daily support session. So again, Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 today. Again, I'll put the link in before I shut down the main room. The webinars, so next week is Tuesday, Thursday. You can sign up for them all here though. In the back to basics, what is a stock? Starts off with what is a stock? Nice little video series, all free. So if you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, great little series put on by Michael at Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. And last, of course, my scans. You want my scans? Here they are. Here are my scans, sharing. So save my link. Then you can look at all of this anytime you want. Okay, guys. So, as I say, I'll probably be putting myself on mute in a little bit. So, if you have any questions, please ask now. But I'm here, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, if I will hop on the mic if somebody asks a question. Okay, I don't see any questions, so I think what I'll do is I will. Box D maybe giving me some more. I think I'll just put myself on mute now. And there's the alt. So you want just a second now. You want to get that into high eights or a big short? Is this what I'm reading into it, or the low eights? Okay, guys, I'm on mute now. Guys, I got to chime in here. This HYEM, never heard of it before. High yield, whatever. That showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Took a flyer on it, 1846, and obviously the right sector. Emerging markets high yield bond ETF. Never heard of it before, or I've never seen the symbol before. Yeah, I do, but I don't. Certainly on a day like today, I don't expect too much out of it. But I do have the 10-day daily up. Yep, right here. It's on my homepage. Well, the box D, yeah, might give me a little bit more. Yeah, the big CPI numbers tomorrow. Yes. So high yield, what is this again? Van Eck Vectors Emerging Markets High Yield Bond ETF. So with these financials, I mean, why I did it, because, just looking at the financials, XLE, plus we rarely get such a late one. Wow, this is really turning into a nice little late trade. Just to see what happened today in the, let's see, ABCL 910. Where did it get up to? 911, nothing. APVO 652. What did it get up to? Nothing. I mean, this one worked, I guess, a little bit. AUVI from here, but on a day like today, and Jan got stuck right at 5. I don't even have to look. PHX, I think, got stuck around 5 also. Now this one, obviously, this would have been the star out of it. DBVT all the way up to 340. This would have been a good one also. CRDF 210. Yeah, I got up to 240. And then last, this one, the one from Zach, 814, got up to 824. So, I mean, yeah, there were two that were pretty good. Other than that, I mean, on a day when the market is doing what it's doing, pretty tough to see any follow through on a 10-day daily breakout. Yeah, wow, look at this. I mean, this is just a market's getting crushed here. This is only down 4%, but man, what a what a nice move from that alert. All right, I'm going to keep an eye on the DBVT, see how well it holds 3. See if it can hold 3 and maybe move. It's the only one that might have some movement going into the close. Shouldn't say the only one, but So I'm in the two trades right now. I still have some of the box D and this new high M. Okay, put myself back on mute. The scan that not the W, without the W came in here. The 10-day daily breakdown late 256 at 8. The price was 1846. So the 10-day daily breakdown on my homepage. Well, look at this market. My goodness. What a sell-off here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. An hour and 15 minutes so far. Or an hour, over an hour plus 7 minutes. Let's take a look at the SPY in the context of the weekly chart. And let's see if it's broke. Yeah, I see now. Not in the weekly chart, but the daily chart now is starting to break down. You know, we were in this sort of range for the last few days. Now it's really starting to break down. Still not near last month yet, but looks like we're going to test that 400 again. Ah, that MVST. I saw this earlier trying to pop in the pre-market, but boy, oh boy, no way, not anymore. MVST, this had the big down day yesterday. An all-time low, basically an all-time low again. Okay, back on mute. All right, guys, I just put the YouTube link into the main room. Chris will be there in about 5 or 6 minutes, I guess. So if you want to head over there, that's the link to use. Continuing to hold on to my box D short. Hey, what was the deal on alt? I know they obviously did they have some kind of news? Let's see the deal. Other than well, this is early this morning. B. Riley keeping a buy rating. Yeah, that was I was hoping we'd get closer to the whole number. Didn't quite get it, but a bounce is right. I was hoping for like 18, but didn't quite get it. That was okay. Definitely don't usually take these 10-day daily breakdowns so late in the day, but it just looked kind of with all the mayhem that seemed to be happening. Why not try? So it gave me a little. Well, what I was doing there, I just got. I'm always the guinea pig. I'm on another new development version. Don't know what the difference is, but what am I on now? Help and about. I'm on version 5.589 now. All right, DBVT, are you going to do something crazy near the end? Maybe not. It looked like there was a pop and then the drop right back down. I had an alert set at I think 319, 320-ish. Maybe if it could take that out, but it's still too erratic right now for me. EMWP from Zach. Let's take a look at what it's. Ah, no kidding. This is was this a okay, what do they do? I'm afraid to look. Yeah, I think I know what they do. Well, Bollywood, okay. So was this an IPO? I don't recall it right here. So its high today was 415. LMNR, let's take a look at LMNR. Probably not now, but nope. Oh, I see. Coming into the 200 day. I get it. Yeah. Interesting. Wish I'd seen this a little earlier. And there's Chris. I hear him. I hear him. I hear him.
Indeed, you do.
Nice, nice finish to the day, right? Look at that spy.
Oh yeah, I'll be honest. I've been doing review all day long, essentially, so I haven't paid attention to almost anything in the market. But
Tomorrow's your big day.
tomorrow's my big day. That's right. But I'm feeling pretty good about it. A couple of practice exams, and just know to be extra careful with reading those questions because basically the few questions that I'm getting wrong on these practice exams, they're just wording it really tricky to screw with me, or to screw
Right.
with us candidates, anyway. So.
When is the exam?
I think I start at 11 tomorrow morning. Check my calendar. It's at 10:45.
And it runs for how long?
11:30. That's what it is.
Oh, well, oh,
It's they they give you 4 hours. The practice exams are supposed to be pretty close to what we're doing, and I mean the two practice exams that I took. The first one, I went back and reread all the questions. It took me an hour and 20 minutes, and last night I did one. I just zipped through it, and I did it in 52 minutes and 58 seconds, and
oh.
I did really well. So
Okay.
I'm not expecting it to take that long unless something is, something gets really curveball at me. But the practice exams are around 130 questions, and the actual exam is supposed to be 120 questions.
Okay.
CMT designation level 1 is what I'm taking.
Well, my friend, I'll let you go, but good luck. Good luck. And I know you don't get the results for a couple of weeks, right? Or 2 or 3 weeks
Six
after?
weeks.
6 weeks. How insane
Yeah,
is that?
pretty insane.
Okay. All right, my friend.
Thank
Take
you,
care.
Barry.
Get a great
And
night's sleep. I don't want to see you in the in Slack at I don't know, 6 o'clock your time or 5 o'clock your time.
you
Get
know
a
I
good
will
night's
be.
sleep.
I can't help it.
Okay. Okay.
I'll see you
Okay,
then,
Chris.
Barry. Take
Bye
care.
bye.
There we go. Forgot to swap to my screen. So we're in. Is that going right? There we go. Ah, very cool. So they do the exams only in June and August, I believe. Excuse me, June and December. So I started studying back in January. Um, been 20 something years since I did any sort of studying or testing or anything like that. So it was a bit of a learning curve for my brain to get back on track for this kind of thing. Um, yeah, so that's that. So I'll be honest, my brain is a little bit fuzzy right now. So I'm counting on you folks to drive the content today and me not to entertain as much. No, this is not for my mixology course. No, I did my mixology course was long ago. Oh, interesting. I did. Yeah. I don't know. I bet your nursing's a little tougher though. You're dealing with like people's lives, and I'm not with that. So, completely different, completely different things. I mean, what you're doing is you're literally, helping and healing and all that kind of stuff with people, and I'm just talking about numbers and things of that nature. Although there's the CMT is really moving away from subjective and more to objective analysis. But trend line analysis is still very valid. GAN fans, all Amherst pitchfork, all that kind of stuff like that. Moving in a much more quantitative testing direction. The CMT is so. There's that. There's that. There's that. So yeah, I didn't do a whole lot of market watching today. I know it gapped down and it was moving up, and that was the end of me paying attention. So, all right, well, I think we get some clarity as I thought. I thought the trend was lower. I still thought. I said, We can make a bull argument with a bull flag possibly there. We can make the bear argument and saying we've had these dead cat bounces and this will just be another one, and that's what it looks like it is. As you can see, that weight is really coming on. I think yesterday really gave us some clarity with what happened, and today's just that follow through. So I do think we test this here at the very least again. We at least double tap that, and we'll see what happens after that. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's all there is to it. I mean, I'm not putting a position on based on what I think. I'm gonna just put my positions on based on the charts. Like I said, I don't trade the overall market. Yeah, I should be here tomorrow. My normal 3:30. I don't see why I shouldn't be. Like I said, the practice exams, I zip through them pretty quickly. I mean, I'll take a little more time tomorrow, but I mean, in full disclosures, I took one last night. I started at about 9:45 last night. No, I started at 8:45 last night or 8:50 or something. And I was exhausted. I was beyond exhausted. My brain was really not all there, but I want to take it anyways. And I did really well on it for that. And that was, all things considered with how tired I was with a fresh shot of caffeine in me tomorrow morning, well rested. I should, I don't anticipate it being, it's not that it's not hard. I anticipate myself to be well prepared for it. So there's that. If I'm not, I'm not. Or if they throw some real hard curveballs, nothing I can do about it. Take the exam again, I guess. I don't think that'll be necessary, but we'll figure out. So yeah, I'm just watching this market here. I mean, week. All this new lows just really going nuts on us here. So we got the 30 minutes, 25 minutes, 24 minutes and change. Still low volume today, but a little better actually in the last couple of days. And we'll see what we do here on these last couple of 15-minute candles. And notice this. The red candles all have the biggest volumes. The red volume candles are all bigger than the green volume candles right now. We've seen that playing out again yesterday, and I think we may take out yesterday's volume on the SPY. So that will that'll just be further confirmation that we're headed lower, if anybody needs it. So what is moving up right now as this is selling off? I have no idea. I mean, that just took a massive bath, so I won't consider that anything. LT. So here you go. This was moving up. I don't think this is really being affected by the overall market. I think this just started selling off on its own. So I think these are kind of trading on their own. I don't think there's anything special about these attached to the market. This thing moved up on its own. I think it's moving down on its own more or less. Well, I'd suspect more of the same here. I don't even know what to make of that, to be honest. Could be. I don't. I really tried to not get involved in any of that stuff as much as possible. We are, even though I say this, we're technical traders, and I'm using the royal we, of course. Although we do live in a fundamental world, so there's nothing I can do to control those numbers other than to choose how and when I'll participate approaching those numbers. So I mean, technically, that we've had more jobs than we can fill right now, is what the consensus has been for the last whatever. I don't suspect that will be much different. Regardless, bottom line is that real inflation is probably something like 15 or 16 or 17%. I mean, regardless of whatever they tell you, they're full of it. And wage increases are like 2.5 or 3% max. So that's what matters more than any job numbers or anything else as far as this all goes. I would have to imagine if we pull up any of my evening scans for swings, they're going to be pretty dry on any kind of bullish things here. Probably inverse ETFs or something. Interesting. I didn't even expect to see this much in there. So energy. Um, this is semiconductor actually. Is this energy? It's got to be energy. Rooftop tower building cell lease focuses. Sounds like a whole bunch of DS word salad. ALLO. Therapeutics. So yeah, these are all things that are kind of trading on their own, separate from the market. It looks like maybe some right ideas in here actually. OIH. I mean that's health, right? Yeah, or OHI. Excuse me. There might be some stuff to look at actually. There's actually not some bad charts in there. Captain Cold. More energy. Well, actually, not bad. Some alright looking charts that are in there. And that's nonsense. And this is held on its own. It has earnings tomorrow though in the pre-market, so we'll watch for that. Or you folks will. I will not be. Won't be much for me to look at or think about tomorrow as far as trading goes. Interesting. A lot more. A lot more in that scan than I would have thought there was, to be honest, on the bullish side of things. So I wonder what that means. Let's take a look at the options scan. Strong options in 20 days. So these are going to be a lot of earning based around earnings. Base energy. It's a jewelry, right? Yeah. And again, earnings based around earnings. That's getting rocked. What else we got? FOR. It's going to be construction, right? Yeah, civil engineering. Interesting. Not too heavy on a lot of these options volumes, to be honest. Looking at these numbers here. DocuSign. How the mighty have fallen. Oh, I didn't even notice that earnings after the close. That ought to be interesting. Amazing. Oops. Maybe if I could type, that would help. Don't buy frowny faces. Oxenfree. So we talked about this the other day. Looks like they're a nice move off of earnings today, back in towards that gap up here. So look, there's still some stuff moving north on the charts. Not done, but definitely some. My friend the K Web back down, but it's been a good move from the K Web. We'll see. It's a big deal, that line. Is it going to be lower highs? I mean higher lows, or where's that at? Are we head back down again? Time will tell. Chewy. So, I think the theme continues to be there's more positive looking energy names than anything else. CRDF. What do you look like? Oh, interesting basing pattern here around the bottom. It's interesting right there. It's an interesting level it's at. Got to fight through some stuff right here and then climb that way back up. Very liquid stock. 8 mil. Volume. 15 times. 16 times. Good size short float and growth. Interesting look. Starbucks. Interesting, some of these bigger names, what they look like. Let's scroll through a few more of these here. Natural gas. NIO. Now, what did natural gas do today? Take a look at that. Big reversal day. Big reversal day for nat gas. That's interesting. And it is not selling off with the market. I was watching this over the weekend. I think it was this past weekend I found it. I can't remember anymore. Well, we'll see. I think the SMH, if I can type here, would really help. These semiconductors now, they look terrible. Your large cap China, and again, was it too much of a run? We got to pull back a little bit, or was it just another false start? We'll see. Lennar Constructions. keyboard is fighting me. So I just want to compare that. My Lennar and the home builders, almost identical charts. I mean, almost identical. Incredible. View? I don't know. What do you mean by view? If you can elaborate on the view for me. Is that a ticker you're talking about? View? Could be. I mean, there's a lot of action going on there. Interesting. Industrial machinery. I don't think it's made a massive move over the last month. Like, holy cow. Although it's quite down from the beginning of the year. And things down 35% since January. An okay look out of there. Again, when you got these really small price stocks, you got to fight through every 15 cents or so and quarter, whatever else. But that's right at, we can get through this area right here. So next stop could be up there, and then jump right to there, and then jump right to there. So it's definitely got some well-defined levels that you can make some jumps to. See 88 mil on the float, very liquid, 22 mil traded, 8 plus relative volume. Interesting look. We don't have any short float data, unfortunately. You see short growth, see days to cover. Well, I just want to make sure I'm taking care of you, Mike. See, that's all. So, that's an interesting chart view. Hello. A lot of downtrends. I mean, almost everything we're looking at is in some kind of downtrend, trying to find some kind of relief bounce, essentially. SPY. You're going to take out, wouldn't that be something that took out 400? I kind of enjoy watching that, to be honest. If we're gonna just go down, let's do it. Let's get it out. Let's get it over with. And that's going to be a beautiful dead cat bounce right there. Beautiful dead cat bounce. I mean, this is a pretty good one. This is a really good dead cat bounce. This will be a pretty good one too. Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, this chop is just murderous. I'll be honest. I mean, it's been okay for me. Like I said, obviously, I'm all for rising tide lifts all boats. The easier it is to make money, the happier I think everybody is. That's participating in this world that we are in. You can't have it easy all the time and all those things like that. But it's much harder work trying to manage positions like this. Like I said, I'd much rather put positions on 2, 3, 4 days that I know are working with the market and working well than, scalping out 20, 30 cent intraday moves. Day trading, it's much harder work, much harder mentally, much more demanding of attention and all those things like that. So anyways, that is what it is. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's tiring. Exactly. But look, anybody that's doing, if you're even just slightly positive, if you've been slightly positive since this moment back here, hang in there, grind this out, because this grind, it's about as tough as it's going to get, aside from those quote unquote once in a lifetime events that we've seen now like several times, like the dot-com bubble, once in a lifetime event, financial crisis, once in a lifetime event, COVID, once in a lifetime event. I mean, there'll be another once in a lifetime event sometime in the not so very distant future, 3 years, 5 years, 8 years from, no way to predict it. It'll come again, obviously. But those once in a lifetime events that, like I said, happen several times in a lifetime, They provide the greatest, the absolute greatest about buying opportunities. I mean, could you imagine if you were one of those people that got, even just slightly after the bounce on the COVID lows? I mean, you're still sitting, if you were just a overall market participant and you bought, let's, just change time frames. And this is, why, like I say, I know everybody wants to be the sexy day trader and all that stuff like that. And that's fine. It's a great income source. But imagine if you were the person that decided, what, this happened and then this happened and then this happened, and you decided here on a break of the pre-COVID highs, you decided to participate. You're still sitting up above all that right now, even with all this mess. Now, in all honesty, if you hadn't sold somewhere in here, I'd have to collect that general or question that general wisdom, especially if you're wise enough to say, you know what, new trend has started. I want to participate in it here. To hand that back, I think would be sinful. And my point being is that when we have these big events, they're not always a V-shaped, but they create unbelievable buying opportunities for the disciplined and the well-prepared. What's happening to oil companies? I don't know what's happening to them. I mean, here's an oil company. They're looking pretty good right now. MGY was looking good. They're selling off now, I'm guessing, but yeah, that looks pretty good. They can't go up every day. Can't even go up every week. And that's a really great looking chart. Energy, WES, good looking chart. I mean, another really great looking chart. And another. Well, a little weaker than the last few. A little weaker, but I mean, look at these moves. Can you hand some back? Is it reversing? Is the trend reversing? I have no idea, but those are still strong charts. Yeah, those are the three that you own. There's a lot of energy companies out there. I'm trading for 2 years, and for first year trade, I don't know if I can trade a trend. Yes, the IWM is not a trendful market, not at all. Clear all this markups. When was the last time this thing trended? Ever? I don't even know. Okay, so the last time this thing had any sort of a trend, and I mean, that's just ridiculous, that move off of COVID. That was it. Look at the IWM. Since last year, look at this. This is since last January. Talking over a year and a half, basically. Look at that. Yeah. Just think what'll happen when you get into a trending market. Well, that's why, it's good to continuously try to identify trends. Perfect circle, keep them, keep that open mind of them. Oh, come on, 3 minutes. Let's see. Let's drop another 2 full points on the SPY. Let's just do it. Come on. That's the thing with being a trader too, Michael Anthony, being able to pivot. I know you discussed some of those positions that you were, some of them I think you had a good entry on them. So, you got to take those profits. And if it keeps going without you, it happens, but identify the next one and move on to that next one. No marrying stocks, at least not for me anyways. All right, well, it doesn't look like the SPY wants to break 400 now, but I suspect it will tomorrow. I suspect it's going to be painful for the longs tomorrow. What's the saying? Markets never bottom on a Friday, something like that. Unless you're Mark Haynes, RIP. So that little range that we took, adios. That's on deck. That's pretty safe. And I'll say any bears that are looking to short, I would imagine there's a lot of short positions piling on through this right here. Probably start back here. A lot of short positions probably started in as soon as they really smelt it, that market giving up that opening range right there. Look at that. As soon as it took out the low of the day, gone, 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 gone. Boy, these people just won't quit. CVET, oh, gone. Here today, gone tomorrow. What's this? That's interesting. Media World. ABCL, you took off today. What's that look like? ABCL. All right, you got a gap up on that, and then was giving it up. So I'm not sure where you got in, but that's a bio company, pharmaceutical. I thank you both. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You both have a wonderful rest of your Thursdays wherever you are in this crazy world we live in. And I appreciate the well wishes for the exam tomorrow. CLNE. Oh, look at that engulfing candle. Nice. Clean energy fuels. Natural gas distribution. The yin and the yang. China bear. We'll see what happens. Where's ALT headed now? All right, so closed on some green. CMT level 1 laser. My CMT level 1 exam tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. So did Doc you release yet? I don't think so. How did I study? There's a textbook. There's textbooks for level 1, 2, and 3. So read the textbook probably 2.5 times through over about 4.5, 5 months. And there's a company called Optima that offers a course as well, a very good course. Matthew Verdal puts on, and did that course as well. And includes some practice exams and things like that. So that's how I did it. I mean, that's probably part of it. I guess hedging for tomorrow, Peter. I just also think we're in a bear market overall. Oop, looks like Docu released their earnings, and it looks like not an initially very positive reaction. Put on a post market chart here. I do love to state the obvious. So does everybody else. So whipped all the way up to 90, whipped all the way down to 77 ish. With day trading, I guess a little. I mean, if you don't, there's probably nothing you can get from the textbook that you couldn't get from, you know, just doing general research when it comes to moving averages and MACD and stochastics and candlestick patterns and bar chart patterns and all that stuff like that. There's probably plenty of free videos and all that out there. But it essentially with CMT study, it's about trend analysis mostly, and they're moving a lot into the quantitative world, I'd say. Um, Trend analysis can be applied to any time frame technically. So, how you want to apply it, becomes slightly subjective in that regard. I think most people that go through the CMT courses, exams, and designation, I think come out of it with more of a long-term time frame from it. So, all right, well, DocuSign looks like it's trading just what it should do. It seemed like a very ridiculous company. PBST, PBTS. Take a look. What are we talking about here? Oh, wow. That's something. Power Bridge. Oh, I think Steve and Michael or Steve and Andy or someone was talking about this today. I didn't, like I said, I didn't look at much today. I was just doing a lot of review, especially on point and figure and Elliott Wave. I would say laser if you're looking more at day trading stuff. If you're really looking to stay more of a day trader, I don't think that you'll get a big net benefit from CMT. If you're looking for more bigger picture stuff, then yeah, I would say definitely head the CMT direction. I would suggest just hanging with Barry and the crew in the traders room. That's what I would suggest. Um, I mean, that's where I learned most of my stuff. I think what you need to first do is, settle on some other things about, what are you looking for in your day trading? Nobody trades everything. What kind of price range are you trying to trade? Are you trying to be a momentum trader? Are you trying to be a pullback trader? Are you trying to trade range breaks? Things like that. I think that's kind of a first key. And then you can start to build from there. Are you someone who's looking for a revision to Bollinger Band mean, or are you looking for someone to break of Bollinger Bands? Are you looking for are you someone that's using RSI? Are you using an SMA, an EMA, or stochastics, a MACD crossover, ADX, all these things like that. And if you don't know or understand a lot of this stuff, then I would say to you, do some research. There's a lot of YouTube videos that are free. Head that way. That's where I would start to point you towards. RSI, I learned through a simple video that I found on YouTube. Simple moving averages, a little bit of that. A lot of that stuff. There's some simple videos out there, educational videos. There's plenty of them, I would say. That's the direction I'd point you in for that stuff. You have to remember, a lot of this stuff becomes subjective in a sense. What's the best moving average to use? That's like walking into a restaurant or a pizzeria and saying, what's the best pizza? Well, it's our white clam pizza. Well, I hate clams. Well, it's our best pizza, but I hate white clams. Well, then I can't help you. That kind of things. Right. You can't buy, exactly. You can't buy groceries without a recipe. So, you got to figure out what you want to cook with first. That stuff comes through trial and error of watching charts. You don't have to necessarily just trade live to figure this stuff out. Do you like an EMA? It took me a while to settle on the two moving averages that I use for day trading, essentially right here. And you can see on my daily chart, I have a period low, multi-period low. It's a 20 multi-period low, and that's it. I don't care for a lot of indicators anymore. It just kind of happens after a while. Price and volume is, what I'm really looking at nowadays. But that came over time. I wanted my charts to look nicer and cleaner. There was a period of time, and I think I did benefit from it in some sense, where I had a 200 period moving and a 100 period moving and a 50 and a 20 and a 10, all on a chart for a long time. And then, as time went on, I said, well, I don't really pay attention to the 100. So why are the 100 or the 50? So why are they there? Let me get rid of those. And I said, well, at the 10, I'm not really watching that much either. And I substituted an 8 EMA after a while. And then I decided, I don't even want that on my daily chart. And, just kind of how it went for me, just through trial and error and testing and observing. And, mostly now what I'm looking at is pivot lines. My eye just kind of goes to it now, right here. I'd see my eye goes right to this level here. And we can see hit this level and took off like a banshee today. We can see, going up the line. And, pivot areas, think of them as spongy zones. This is a spongy zone from here to here, and then all of a sudden got this. And I'll bet, yep. So right here, came up, banged its head, came back down, tested it, and the rocket ship back off again. These are not happy accidents. This is the kind of stuff that pokes complete holes in efficient market hypothesis. In the end, what nobody wants to hear, what I didn't want to hear, is that this is hard. This is not easy. This is anything but easy. There are no shortcuts. There is no magic bullet. There is no secret. There is no trick. It's about identifying who you are as a trader, and that's not necessarily who you want to be as a trader. Did I trade? No, I don't trade dollar stocks. I like to see stuff at least $4. I prefer to see it over 8, to be honest. Stocks have personalities based on their prices. You know, under 10 is a different personality. Under 5 is another personality. Under 3, 2, and 1 are all their own personalities as well. Just not my cup of tea. Well, that's what you have to, you know, that's where you have to define. You have to figure that define, you know, right here, you know, someone could look and say, geez, if we've got big volume coming in and we can get above this level, well, here's our big volume coming in. All right. And look how long that trend went for. All right. And it doesn't matter the price of the stock on this, right? But we could see increasing volume at the beginning of the day. It wasn't, you know, fading volume. And so you had, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 15-minute bars that you could have decided where on that trend you wanted to really be in after that opening 30 minutes even. These freaking bots, man. You know, and that's why I prefer daily charts, because, you know, I can take wider stops and take smaller positions, because I can set myself up for those bigger moves on the daily charts. With swing trading, we're just not in that environment right now, so that's why I personally pivoted back to day trading since January of this year. To be honest, it's just not an easy swing environment. Yeah, I mean, people have been reporting them, laser, forever. You know, we block them and report them. They create probably thousands of them and then just unleash them, and they, you know, YouTube and Twitter and Facebook and whoever else, they need to do more on their end. But, you know, everybody always wants to blame the user. Everybody always wants to blame the consumer. They want to put it all on us. Just kind of how it goes. But you know, one of the things that I think will help you, laser, for this whole idea of defining a trend is that look left. It's a big thing, that look left. All right, so let's try to find something that was up today. So, you know, here's a great example. All right. Now look at this. We could see here clearly this is a major inflection point. All right. So history tells us that if we've got momentum on our side, we can do this. And now watch. All right. As the day goes on, and this is towing this line. All right. As soon as that volume started to increase, we got our move. Right. Bang. Now, I know in hindsight, it's easy to look back at things like that, but these are the things you'll have to be able to identify unfolding in real time. And at that same time, you have to go, all right, well, also looks like maybe below 6, I'm wrong. So that's where I'll call my stop. And I'm just using that as an example. Okay. And we also have to say, gee, up here, it looks like I could run into some resistance in this area up here. So also, you know, I want to watch that 760 level that I might not be able to get through it. And look at where it struggled. Just below that, just below that 760 level. All right. And that's all based on me looking left for price levels. And it all plays out on the charts just exactly like that. But, you know, I know I'm making it sound overly simplistic, but these are the things that, for those that will be able to endure, will be able to see earlier and earlier and identify earlier and earlier. And when they're wrong, they'll know they're wrong quickly, make their exit, lick their wounds, and move on very quickly. And, you know, the trade doesn't work now, maybe it works later. You know, someone could have said yesterday, geez, they could have been looking at this level and they could have said, on an anticipation of the break of that level, they could have gotten here. and then it never happened, and they decided, you know what, I don't want to be in it, and they got out. And then revisit it again today, saying, well, it was trying yesterday. Maybe today's the day. I took a small loss yesterday. Keep all the cliches are 100% true. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 results in every single trade essentially. Kill the break even. Break even is as rare as buying tops and selling bottoms, or selling tops and buying bottoms. All right. 1, small loss. 2, small win. 3, big win. 4, big loss. All you have to do is eliminate the big loss to start putting yourself ahead of the curve. And that comes through discipline, from always having a defined risk level of your stop. That will never change. Without a stop, you cannot enter a trade. You enter a trade without a stop, might as well just head to Vegas, head to Atlantic City, head to Reno, head to a Mississippi riverboat. Do I market buy? As long as it's not a big spread, I'll use a market order. If it's, and big spread is relative to the price of the stock. If it's a $35 stock and it's got a 4-cent spread, I'm not too overly concerned about the 4 cents. If it's a $6 stock and it's got a 7-cent spread, yes, the 7 cents is going to make a difference to me. That's just kind of how that goes. But the most important thing is, as traders, what we really are, we're risk managers. Do I put this spread as a column? No, I keep time and sales up from IB. I closed IB a while ago. I don't have it open now, but I just keep my time and sales window open in IB. And I have it, externally linked to Trade Ideas. So when I click on a symbol, if I had time and sales up, I'd show you. And that'll bring up the spread. What the heck is happening? There we go. Wasn't reacting at all. And also, hopefully after this weekend, this will be the end of this computer for me. Moving on to a new machine. But, just give another example here. The K-Web. I have picked on the K-Web like nobody's business for over a year now. And why am I picking on the K-Web? Why was I picking on it? I had this great run. That's awesome. Cool. Run's over now, right? It's because things going down doesn't mean it ever has to come back up again. Now, it's China, so, China's not going anywhere. My point being is this. Made this big move down, all right? And, how many people thought, all right, well, big move up, big move down, probably ready for another big move up. But there's a lot of people that believe that, and I can't blame them for believing that. But what we saw here was every time it tried to bounce, it got sold off every single time. And, it made lower highs all the way through this nonstop. Now, as someone who doesn't think that China is going to just disappear from the economic world, I'm going to keep track of this. And I traded some Chinese stocks over the last week or so. And I thought to myself, that's a ton of pain. All right. We had this bottom. We came up and we never tested that bottom again. All right. We never tested this again. Now, are we going to test it again? We might. I have no idea. But I thought to myself, when this started moving up, I said, we might get a couple of day run on this. And we got a couple of day run. And I was able to, day trade a few Chinese stocks and do okay on them. Identifying a short-term trend right here and putting that to my advantage. This is the work part of these things. I can go through I have an ETF list. Oops, that's not what I want. Looking at my ETF list, I know what a good number of these tickers are through memory. The natural gas, shipping, 20-year bond, gold, oil, retail, oil exploration, silver, the Dow, mid cap equally weighted, agriculture, energy, more energy, S&P 500 equally weighted, real estate, the Russell, the IWM, bio, utilities, healthcare, solars, financials, automated driving, real estate, more real estate, semiconductors, communications, more semiconductors, banks, more banks, emerging markets, clean energy, jets, or aviation, whatever you want to call it. Knowing these things, puts me, like they said, the prepared mind, chance favors the prepared mind. Thanks, Will. I do very much appreciate the good wishes and the goodwill. Thank you. Actually, I'm gonna begin to make my exit now because I'm gonna do one more practice exam before I send myself on a nice long sunset walk here. So, for anybody that's new or anything like that, keep coming back. I do this most every day. I do take a few days off a year. But I do this most every day at 3:30 Eastern. And then on the noon Easterns, you got me on Monday, so you get a double dose of me on Mondays. Michael on Tuesday, Jamie is now Wednesday, Steve now Thursday, and Andy Friday. Shaking up the lineup a little bit because of internal meetings. Ton of education resources on our education page, folks. So. Especially for those that are really new to trading in general, get to the education page. And these daily webinars, we do them every other week. So this week was Monday, Wednesday. Next week will be Tuesday, Thursday. I learned so much from these webinars about just trading in general, let alone the software. Number one, that there. And then this back to basics that Michael did. Now, I wish this was around when I first started trading because it would have probably saved me a lot of heartache, but it wasn't. That's all there is to it. Darn you, Michael. No, just kidding. This literally starts off, as I always say, this starts off with what is a stock. That's literally where the videos start, and they end on artificial intelligence. All right. And there's a whole lot of stuff all in between. I think there's 36 videos or something like that. What does it say? 15 years of experience. 30. Yeah. It's 36-part intro to trading, covers everything basically. Not everything, but pretty darn close, that's for sure. So, all right, everybody, thank you all very much, and I will catch you tomorrow on the flip side. Take care, everybody. Have a great rest of your Thursday. Bye-bye.